20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Defense, have you had an opportunity to look at the issues regarding exhibits 229 and 238?
I have. I think they were, my recollection, they were
Admitted, so there's no objection to them.
Your Honor,
Go ahead.
Your Honor, I was able to clarify.
Okay.
Exhibit 229 was not admitted because Detective Brian Rogers admitted exhibit 716.
Okay.
It was a cellular telephone extraction.
Okay.
That should be on the record.
That one I think is the
Your Honor, it's
716.
usually a duplicate, but really it should be exhibit 716.
Oh, and I have that. I knew the data extraction had come in, and it was admitted as 716 because that was not a pre-numbered exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor. And then to be clear, exhibit 238.
Is the ticket from the airport,
Yes.
and I recall that being in, and there's not an objection to 238. Okay, 238 is admitted. 230 or 229 is not because it's actually 716.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And other than that, it looks like we're all in agreement. So that's pretty good after 49 pages of exhibits. So
Every once in a while, we get lucky.
every once in a while, got to take it when you can get it. Okay. Is there anything that we need to address prior to bringing the jury in prosecution?
I don't believe so, Judge.
There is one thing, I apologize.
Mr. Young?
We're going to start calling some mental health experts as early as this morning after this first witness.
Okay.
I just think it might be appropriate for the court to instruct the jury that their evidence is being presented solely for the purposes of the insanity issue. Because I don't plan on getting into physical evidence of the guilt versus not guilty aspect of the case. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I'm not sure that I would give a specific instruction on it, though.
I just throw it out there for the defense.
I would request the instruction, I think, because the evidence, especially the statements of Ms. Stauch, are used only for the sanity. It's almost like a 404B instructions, based upon the case on so forth, since it's a unitary trial. Her statement made to mental health professional only go towards her sanity, not towards something. That's what my position is, but I do think it's instructions.
And in addition, Your Honor, I did get a chance to talk to Mr. Cellini this morning. Some of the witnesses are going to be talking about the competency evaluations, which clearly would go to the issue of insanity. And I think that would further elaborate the need to instruct the jury for the limited purposes of
I am not familiar with a stock instruction on that. We've had unity trials for a number of years now. Anybody have one?
I just would think that if the court said, I'll paraphrase, that the evidence you're about to hear goes to the issue of insanity and insanity alone, or words to that effect. Is that
That would be my request.
so? Something simple like that would be fine.
All right, so the evidence you are about to hear goes to the issue of insanity and insanity alone?
Sounds great.
Defense.
That worked for me.
You're going to have to give me a heads up as to when I need to give that.
It'll be before our second witness this morning, Dr. Christine Moore. And
Okay.
Dr. Grimmett will probably be on, I don't know if we'll get to her in the morning, but at 1:30, I would guess.
Okay. All right, we can do that. Is the anticipation that we're going to be all day with evidence?
Well, we've got 3 witnesses lined up, Judge. It'll just depend on how long each one takes.
The only reason I ask is I'm trying to get I've sent an email to Judge Bain and Scott Sosby about possible weather delay. So if we have something, I may know about it beforehand. But if we don't have a full afternoon, I doubt they'll have an answer. And they may not have an answer even if we go to 5, so.
Yeah, so just context wise, there's typically when we know there's a big storm coming in, there's a phone call that happens usually 4 a.m. of the morning of the storm
Right.
that I actually participate in as well. And I haven't seen any notification of that yet. If I see that, I'll let you know as well.
Okay.
But the updated projections looks like it's going to be only in northern El Paso County, although the snow totals that I've seen have increased up from 6 to 14 inches now, as opposed to, I think it was 6 to 12 maybe yesterday.
Right.
So it sounds like potential for more snow, but more northern El Paso County.
Yeah, I know the county does county maintenance does a phone call about 9 o'clock at night, and then Judge Bain is on the phone. It's 4 or 5 in the morning.
It's usually 4 a.m., yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
And Judge, while this next witness is on the stand, I'll be running the projection from the podium here.
Okay. What? A couple jurors. Okay. Okay, I'll get a show of hands and see where we are at the. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response? All right. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Kevin Hoyland.
Last name?
Hoyland.
Hoyland. Mr. Hoyland, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please. You swear to affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Everybody's done that.
I know, it's a habit.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Well, thank you.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Kevin, Kevin, Hoyland, Hoyland.
Where are you employed by, sir?
The FBI.
What is your job title or assignment?
I am a special agent with the FBI, assigned full-time to the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
How long have you been in that role?
Full-time with them in that role since 2019. Prior to that, in 2016, I became a certified member of the CAST team, where I still handled investigations like you would think a traditional agent does. And then I did the CAST work on the side as an ancillary duty, no different than evidence response or SWAT team duties.
So when you say the cast team, you go around putting casts on people's broken limbs?
No. The Cellular Analysis Survey Team is a specialized group of investigators responsible for analyzing phone records provided by the phone companies to understand the general location of where a device was historically when it had made calls or texts.
What kind of education do you have that allows you to do that?
Do you mean the training to?
Yeah.
So the training that I went through and everybody goes through to become certified in CAST at the time was approximately 400 hours of specific classroom instruction. That instruction came from other FBI agents, other government entities, vendors in the cellular industry, and then most importantly, CAST receives training directly from the phone companies themselves. So legal compliance, engineers from all of the major companies come to train us, come to our certification to educate us on how their network specifically works. And to my knowledge, CAST is the only unit in the country to receive training directly from those phone providers.
When you say vendors, who do you mean by that?
Companies that design tools that the carriers may use in their networks, that's primary.
Okay. And then you said companies and carriers. Are you talking about companies like AT&T, Verizon, those kind of companies?
Exactly. At the time when I went through certification, Sprint still existed, US Cellular. So all of the major providers send their engineers and subpoena compliance folks.
So what does that training look like when you get that information directly from the companies themselves?
Well, it's unique, and again, in the sense that we're the only group, to my knowledge, to receive training from them. But it's great in the sense that it allows us to formulate really close and strong relationships with the phone companies. So we know their networks inside and out, and so when we see something amiss or askew in records that we receive, we have folks that we can reach out to. Bless you. And engineers that can help us, problem solve or troubleshoot something that might be unique in a set of records.
When you say that you receive records from those companies, what kind of records are we talking about?
The records that I'm referring to are call detail records. So it's really no different than a billing file or billing statements you may have received in the past. It says who called who, when that call occurred, how long it lasted. And then most importantly, the information that we receive pursuant to search warrants includes the cell tower and sector that was utilized. So that's the piece that's really important to us, because that allows us, when we marry up that cell tower with its physical location on Earth, allows us to formulate an opinion as to the general location of where a device had to have been to use that particular tower.
How many people are in the CAST or on the CAST team?
Now there's approximately 80 of us, 60 field assets, as they're called, where they split their time working in traditional cases, and then approximately 20 of us like myself who do it full time now.
What do we mean when we talk about historical cell site analysis?
So historical cell site analysis is a little bit of what I just mentioned. It's taking these records that your phone and network have generated and mapping out the information to, again, formulate an opinion as to where the phone would have generally have been to utilize a particular tower and sector. And there's hundreds of thousands of towers across the US. Each transaction that we see shows the tower that it used. So out of those hundreds of thousands of towers, it only used one, right? And that tower's only located in one spot. So by looking at how networks are configured and where the other towers are, it allows us to be able to, again, formulate that opinion.
So when you say that you get specialized training due to your assignment to the CAST team, and I know I keep saying CAST and then team, that's a little bit redundant, right?
It is, and I do the same thing.
Okay.
Right? We're technically a unit now. We've grown so much that we're now considered a unit within
Okay.
the FBI.
Well, then I'll say CAST unit.
Sure.
All right. What kind of training do you get regarding cell phones themselves?
Regarding the devices,
Yes.
so we don't necessarily partake in the forensic analysis of phones. So when you think of dumping a phone or extracting information from that device, that doesn't fall into our team's purview. But we definitely utilize all that information. Our team is called upon whenever there's a kidnapped child, or we need to locate a fugitive, or try and identify crime scenes that maybe were not known to investigators. There's the phone data from the phone companies, there's the phone data from a phone itself, and then there's a litany of other geolocation data sets from other companies that sort of fall into our bucket of trying to figure out where a phone was at a time.
Can you describe in a general sense, first of all, is a cell phone essentially a small handheld radio?
That's exactly what it is. So while your phone is on and in your pocket or purse or wherever, it's constantly scanning its environment, and it's looking for cell towers associated with your carrier that it sees, and takes measurements of the signal strengths from those towers. And this is going on in the background, and it's constantly ranking which tower and sector is a side of a tower, that it sees as best. So that when you hit send on your phone, your call goes out to that tower that your phone saw as best at that moment in time. That's what gets logged in those call detail records. We see that tower's identifier with that timestamp. After that happens, network takes over, and it can move your phone around to other towers in the area that might provide service that still are functional. But at that moment, when you hit send or when a call comes in or a text, your phone is making that determination.
What about giving the jury a description of cellular technology?
Sure. I won't bore you with a history lesson, but I think most people have seen commercials lately. We're now on 5G. That's the newest technology. Each increment in technology expands the capacity in terms of how much data can be transferred from a phone to a tower at a particular time. But with that expansion, the offset to that is the towers themselves can't cover as far. They can't penetrate buildings as well. The radio frequency that's utilized just doesn't allow for that. So in this particular case, we were looking primarily at most of the towers were 4G. I believe there was a handful of 3G towers. But at the end of the day, that's just the generation of technology. Your phone is using radio frequency to talk to the tower, and that's sort of what's going on.
Okay. How do you go about analyzing call detail records, the information you get from the phone companies?
Well, first thing we do is, make sure we got all the files that we would expect from each particular company. And then based on information provided to me from investigators who are actually working the case, locations of interest, dates and times of interest, I would begin to map out that data. Look at where those cell towers are located, which cell towers that phone utilized at the times, again, listed in the records, and begin to put the pieces together as to what was going on with that particular device.
Okay. How many separate cases have you worked on where you've had to help the investigation determine location of cell phones?
Oh gosh, cases, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I don't keep a list of all the cases I've worked, because a lot of the times it's sort of like a one-off. A local investigator will call and say, "Hey, I got a set of data. Can you help me just understand what's going on?" And that would be considered a case, but I wouldn't necessarily have done a product for it per se. It might be a one-off assistance kind of thing.
Okay. Do you go through any sort of validation of your analysis of this information?
Yes. So before any report is provided, any final report is provided, we go through a peer review process. So I send all the records that I received, that I utilized in my analysis, a copy of my draft report to another CAST person, and all the dates and times, all the information pertinent to my analysis. That CAST asset would then essentially recreate my analysis. He or she would go through and look at all the same records, make sure that everything makes sense, that all the towers are correct, all the directions that sectors face are correct. Obviously, quality control and spelling and stuff like that. But it's a robust peer review process that all the reports go through. After that, he or she and I would then discuss any differences, right, and resolve those before it gets finalized.
Okay. Have you used this type of data you mentioned sometimes you'll be asked to look for fugitives or missing persons, kidnapped people. Have you actually used this information to locate people like that?
Yes, I have, many times. And that's sort of the bread and butter of what CAST does. As I mentioned, when a kid goes missing in the middle of the night, oftentimes our unit's the one who gets the call to go help locate devices associated with whatever child is missing.
When you're saying that you're finding persons this way, the data that you actually look at, the call detail records, does it really just go to a particular phone, not a particular person necessarily?
Correct. So the records never say that, so-and-so is holding a phone at a particular time. It just says that this phone number had activity, right? So I can never say that a particular phone was being held by a certain person at a certain time. But we know that the phone had activity because that's what the network had logged.
In today's day and age, is it very common for people to carry around cell phones with them almost everywhere they go?
Yeah, I have two.
Okay. Do you have them both on you right now?
I take them off when I go on the stand. They're in the
Okay.
bag.
Have you trained others in this technology?
Yes, I've led formal training and classroom instruction to over 500 state, local, federal, and international law enforcement partners, and then countless sort of informal trainings at conferences and so forth over the years.
Have you been qualified as an expert witness in historical cell site analysis, cellular technology, and geolocation?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
36 trials as of yesterday morning in Phoenix.
Okay. So you were just in Phoenix testifying yesterday?
Yes.
How many jurisdictions have you testified as an expert in?
Federally, Colorado, Wyoming, Arizona, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. At the state level, Colorado, Arizona, Wyoming, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Nebraska, North Carolina. There might be another couple in there. I don't recall.
All right. At this time, I would move to qualify Special Agent Hoyland as an expert witness in historical cell site analysis, cellular technology, and geolocation.
No objection.
Witness will be so qualified.
Special Agent Hoyland, the case that we've been hearing evidence on is regarding investigation to Gannon Stauch's disappearance. How did you become involved in this case?
At the time, I was assigned to FBI Denver's office in the Fort Collins RA, doing the same cast work. And I don't remember who specifically reached out to me, but somebody from the Colorado Springs office reached out about the investigation and asked for my assistance.
When you get asked to assist on an investigation, is it typical for you to get sort of a briefing of the case?
Yes.
What about specific locations of interest? Do you get that as well?
Yes, and I sort of need that because there's the data that we get from the phone companies is often quite voluminous, right? So I need a place to start.
Okay. Did you get those sorts of pieces of information in this case?
I did.
On the desk in front of you is People's Exhibit 293, which in the folder itself is page 1, your cover page of your report, and then pages 9 through 60. Pulled out separately is People's Exhibits 2 through 8. In total, is that your report that you prepared for this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate representation as to the work that you performed in this case?
It is.
As far as People's Exhibits 2 through 8, which are pulled out, we intend to use those for demonstrative exhibits. What are those generally?
So 2 through 8 in this case is sort of our or my boilerplate slides that go into, again, how networks are designed, how phones work, and also I show examples of what the phone records look like from the different carriers.
And does it also provide some educational basis to understand how cell phones and towers interact with each other and that kind of thing?
Yes, exactly.
And then as far as your cover page and then 9 through 60 inside the binder, what are those?
So 9 through 60 are going to be all the substantive slides that I put together, which highlight, devices of travel over a period of time, locations of interest, et cetera.
Okay. As it relates to that portion of your report that's in the binder, is it a fair and accurate representation of the geolocation work and cellular historical cell site analysis and cellular technology work that you did in this case?
It is.
Now, at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 293, which is his cover page of his report, and then pages 9 through 60, which is the maps that he prepared in this case.
No objection.
Exhibit 2, and that's a cumulative, right? All of that's in 293.
Yes, it's in one binder, yes.
All right. Exhibit 293 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And then as far as publishing this to the jury judge, I do think it'll be helpful to have Mr. Hoyland go over 2 through 8 pages as demonstrative exhibits just to augment his testimony.
All right.
That's fine.
And then we'll just need the TVs turned on and running from here, Judge. Thank you. So describe what we're looking at as far as on this cover page. What does this page tell us?
Just the old cover slide here talks about the case numbers, both the FBI and El Paso County ones. The date of my report was finalized in January of 21, and that it's just related to the Stauch homicide.
Okay, page 2, what does page 2 tell us?
So page 2 is sort of the beginning of some of the boilerplate slides. This is a brief overview of the investigative information, the purpose of the analysis, which again was just, as sort of discussed, I was called upon to help with the phones to try and identify where Gannon was located. And then the methodology. So briefly, I touched on that. Phones connect to towers, and that radio frequency is what is used to exchange that information from the phone to the tower. Based on the locations of those towers, which are provided by the phone companies, we can map all that out and start to see which, the locations of where towers were utilized to inform an opinion as to the general location of a device at that time.
Okay. Judge, it may be helpful. Would you mind if I turn off the ring lights? Just so.
That's fine there.
Yeah.
The two green dots.
Just so there's a little less glare on the. Special Agent Hoyland, to the very bottom, there's a note that says all times you're in are in the local time zone. Can you describe what you mean by that?
Sure. So all phone companies provide their records in a different time zone, which is somewhat annoying. And so in this case, we have multiple phones from multiple carriers. All the data here has been normalized. So it's an all apples to apples comparison. So anytime that you see on a map, on subsequent maps, will be that time, not any sort of time that the phone company had provided the records. And because my analysis stretches a good chunk of the US and we go from multiple time zones, just know that that is, again, always local to whatever location of the map we're looking at that time.
So if we're looking at a map that shows central time zone, it'll be local time for that central time zone.
Correct.
Okay. We're on page 3 now of your report, and this is still a demonstrative slide. Tell the jury what we're looking at in slide 3.
Sure. So similar again to what was mentioned, your phone's always looking for the tower that has the best signal, right? It's always scanning that in the background so that it's ready to go when a message comes in or you need to place a call. And that's, again, what gets logged in those call detail records. One thing to note, though, is that your phone's not always going to use the closest tower, right? It's going to use the tower it sees as best. So cleanest, clearest, and just generally best signal. So one way to think about that is imagine you're in an office building and you're standing at a window and you see a cell tower, your phone sees a cell tower a mile away. There's no obstructions, clear line of sight. Now, on the other side of that office building, maybe a half mile away, there might be another cell tower your phone sees. Your phone may choose that tower that's a little bit farther away because it provides a better signal. The radio frequency from that tower to your phone and from your phone back won't have to penetrate the rest of that office building, the concrete, the rebar, the steel, just to get out to reach that tower that's a little bit closer. So something to just keep in mind, I guess, when looking at the analysis.
Okay. Now we're on page 4. What does this one tell us?
As part of this, we also did what's known as a drive test or an RF survey, and that is gear that we have that is standard in the cellular industry that allows us to go out and measure the cell signal strengths in different spots based on antennas we have on our car and a GPS puck. And so from that, we can begin to draw the estimated boundaries of where a tower's coverage area would begin and end, and where a different tower's coverage area would start. So in a couple of slides in my report, that type of analysis is shown.
So does this mean that you're physically driving out to these locations to test the signal strength essentially from a tower?
In this case, I didn't specifically do it. I was tied up with some other stuff, so somebody else did the driving. The gear is ours. The data comes back to our server, and I analyzed it. But yes, it's a lot of right turns. You're just driving all around.
Okay. We're now on page 5 of the demonstrative exhibits. Tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So this is a slide to help you understand the concept of sectors. So as I mentioned before, not only do we receive information about which cell tower was utilized, but we also get information about the sector. So if you think of a cell tower as a 360-degree circle, most towers are broken up into 3 sectors. Not all, but most. And so each sector, if you divide 360 by 3, each sector would cover approximately 120 degrees. Where this becomes helpful for us is, imagine behind me, the phone was utilizing that tower. I guess I don't have a laser pointer, but the one at the top, sector 1.
There's actually an extender pointer up there, an old school pointer, telescoping. Even though you're talking about technology advances,
school
we like
indeed.
the old school method.
Yeah. So that one. So imagine a phone's using that tower and sector. Well, we know that the phone is not going to be down here, right? Because it would choose that sector. And it wouldn't be down here because it would choose that sector, right? So it helps us better narrow down the location or general location of a device relative to that tower. And again, all of this information is provided by the phone companies. They're the ones who decide which direction these towers face, because they don't all face 0, 120, and 240. Each sector can face however they want to configure it. But it's this additional information that really helps us narrow down on our analysis.
On page 6 of the demonstrative exhibits, tell the jury what's depicted here.
Sure. The big takeaway on this one is this pie wedge looking thing up on the top. That is how we reflect the sector that was utilized for a tower or for a phone when it utilized a tower and a sector. So you'll see that sort of pie wedge shape all over my reports. The other thing that's important on this is don't mistake that little yellow filled in area as the coverage area. That's not what it is. It's merely to help you understand the direction that pie wedge faces.
Okay. Now we're on page 7. Tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So in this case, this slide, this is just an example of some Verizon call detail records. As I had mentioned before, these are really just billing statements, right? It just shows your phone's activity. But off to the right, you start to see, and I guess I'll keep going back to the pointy thing. You got your cell sites listed there. And it shows first serving cell site, first serving cell face. So that's the cell number that Verizon assigned to the tower utilized. And then the cell face, 1, 2, 3, sometimes it's, 4, 5, 6. But nonetheless, that's the information that we take. And then we marry that up with a tower list from Verizon. So Verizon says, here's where all of our towers are by the numbers given here. So we can go ahead and take the latitude and longitudes. For in this case, first serving cell site 285. We could go to that tower list and say, 285. Well, that is right here on the Earth. It used sector 3. Sector 3 faces southwest. Okay, well, we know that the phone was generally southwest of that tower at that point, that moment in time. Yeah.
Is it common that, say, I get on a call outside of the courthouse here this morning and I walk down Tejon for a couple of miles? Would it be common for my phone to switch towers while I'm on that call?
Yes, your phone should at least hand off to other towers. When, imagine your call drops in the middle of that, what happened there is the network didn't have proper overlap between towers, right? The coverage area from one tower didn't properly overlap with the coverage area of the next tower. So there was a gap. And when there's a gap, your phone disconnects or drops the call. In this particular instance and how we analyze the records, we traditionally just use the first serving cell site at that moment, because again, that's the moment the phone initiated contact with the network. The phone is making that determination. All of those handoffs to other towers are network derived. So the network says, okay, I'm going to move you over here now, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also, not every carrier provides that information. AT&T is the only one who actually provides handoff info.
Okay.
And one more thing on the Verizon.
Yeah.
Verizon only provides us the cell tower information for phone calls. It does not provide it for text messages. And so, there's somewhat of a gap there. We see the text messages, we see when they occur, but we don't see the cell tower associated with them.
Does a text message access the cell tower the same way a phone call does?
It does.
Okay. And then now we're on page 8 of the demonstrative exhibits. Tell the jury what's depicted here.
So somewhat of the eyesore behind me is the AT&T records. So all the carriers provide their records in slightly different format. AT&T likes to provide it in PDF and a text file, where everyone else uses Excel. But suffice to say, it doesn't really matter what format the data comes in, because at the end of the day, every carrier is saying the same thing. This phone number utilized this tower and sector at this date and time for a call or a text or whatever it might be. So the headers, the format, how it's laid out, somewhat irrelevant. All that information is available to us to do our analysis.
Okay. Now we're on to page 9 of your report, and this actually is now getting into the admitted exhibit. What is the purposes of the information contained here on page 9?
On page 9, we have a lot of the different devices that I was asked to look at in this case. So the first 4 are different cell phones, and you see the number, it's in the selector column behind me. Those are the phone numbers associated with those devices. I have the associated party, the provider of those cellular service, and then the map icon on the far right. So whenever I'm showing activity for Gannon's phone, it's going to be the red pie wedge. Letecia's had a phone with AT&T as well as Verizon. For consistency, I just made them both blue. It'll be very clear in my analysis when that changes. Harley Hunt's device was also an AT&T, that's gray. Then the bottom 4 are additional geolocation data sets that we were able to obtain. So there was information gleaned from a Volkswagen Tiguan. Those are going to show up as a yellow marker on my reports. There was a rental car, a rental cargo van, I should say, that the rental company had GPS data associated with it. You'll see that in green, as well as a separate rental car where a GPS tracker had been placed on it. That's also in green. And then lastly, there was an application known as Life 360 that was on Letecia's device, one of Letecia's devices. So we received information from Life 360 that also was able to be mapped out and is highlighted by that pink icon at the bottom. So there's a legend on each of my maps. Don't feel like you need to memorize this, but you're going to see a lot of colors and a lot of moving parts on some of these subsequent slides.
And just for the record, as we're looking at page 9 of this report, item A, which is 843-504-6724, the records for that were admitted under Exhibit 708. Item B, which is 843-655-7460, was admitted as Exhibit 704. Item C, which is 407-375-3463, was admitted as Exhibit 706. Item D, 843-957-3486, was admitted as Exhibit number 707. The Tiguan telematics, which is item E, was admitted as Exhibit number 291. The cargo van GPS was admitted through Mr. Watton's testimony and is Exhibit number 292. The Nissan Altima GPS tracker was admitted through testimony from El Paso County Sheriff's detectives, and it was Exhibit number 230. And then finally, the Life 360 data under line H, 843-655-7460, was admitted as Exhibit number 705. All right, let's go on to page 10. What does page 10 depict and tell us?
So as part of the returns from the phone companies, they traditionally provide subscriber information. So in this case, for the phone associated with Gannon, AT&T was the service provider. It was subscribed to Eugene Stauch at the address given in Colorado Springs. And then just the data my analysis with this particular phone was from January 26th of 2020 through January 28th of 2020.
Okay. And then on page 11, what are we looking at here?
Again, same information. This is for Letecia's phone ending in 7460, also with AT&T. Also, subscribe to under Eugene's account.
When it shows that the subscriber information is under Eugene Stauch, but you indicate that this is associated with Letecia Stauch, is that based off of information you get from the investigative agency giving you information about who is associated with each individual phone number?
It is, because again, the records don't tell me who's holding the phone per se, right? But through that, I learned that this number was primarily used by Letecia.
Okay. And then now on page 12, what does this one tell us?
This is the secondary phone that we came to learn about associated with Letecia. This is a Verizon phone ending in 3463. The subscriber information was listed as a Kylie Britt in Orlando, Florida, with an effective date of February 1st of 2020. And this was a prepaid device. Right? So not one where a monthly bill shows up. This is you can go by minutes whenever you want kind of thing.
Did you have information from the investigation that this was a phone that was purchased by the defendant at a Walmart in Trinidad?
I did.
Okay. Page 13, what does this one tell us?
This is the phone that was associated with Arlie Hunt, number 3486, again, AT&T, and also subscribed to under the Eugene Stauch account.
Page 14.
So these are the other 4 data sets that we saw previously on my sort of summary slide of the selectors. So it just goes into a little bit more detail. The Tiguan telematics data that was extracted by our OTD shop. The cargo van that was rented by Letecia from Budget. Their vendor was Air IQ. And while it wasn't breadcrumb trail type GPS, where you can see it going every couple seconds, every 6 hours, it was set to essentially ping the vehicle. Where is this vehicle located right now? There was a Nissan rental car, which didn't have, to my knowledge, any sort of GPS built into it, but a tracker was attached to that by the Colorado Springs Police Department. And then lastly, the Life 360 app. So an app on your phone sources the data, sources the GPS of your device and reports it back to Life 360 so that, you know, they sort of know where you are, you know where your family members are, if you have a shared plan. That information was provided to us. That account was associated with a user of Letecia Stauch, email, TiciaLynn2006 at Yahoo, and then the same phone number as her AT&T device.
When you were talking about the Tiguan telematics, you said the OTD shop with the FBI. What does OTD mean?
Operations Technology Division.
Is that in Quantico, Virginia?
It is.
Okay. We're on page 15. Tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So for the first 5 days of my report, there was a variety of locations of interest that were provided to me, as shown here. They all don't show up, of course, on every single slide. As we go through the maps, the ones of relevance I will have populated, so I won't necessarily bore everyone with going through it one by one, but suffice to say, the icons on the right will appear on some of my subsequent slides with the description of what that location is.
And are these locations things that you just pull out of thin air?
No, these were locations, again, that the investigative team had provided to me as locations of interest for my analysis.
Okay. Now we're on page 16. What are we looking at here?
All right. So a little bit busy, so I'm going to take a few seconds to sort of walk everyone through what's going on. You see in the top right, there's a legend, right? So whenever we're looking at a map, everyone's going to have a legend. It's going to tell you all the key sort of pieces going on the slide. So we have the Stauch residence, which is in the bottom right, the little icon that has the house on it. We then have the pink Life 360 markers, which you see sort of walk us from the house up to the Garden of the Gods. The yellow is the Volkswagen Tiguan telematics data, which I just mentioned. And that and the Life 360 data sort of follows a very similar path. And then we have the cellular records. All right. So in this case, we have AT&T records, this call out box here. So at on January 26, of 2020, at 11:15, Letecia's device received an incoming text message a system generated short code, which is those 5 digits off to the right. And it utilized that tower and sector down there that faces in the direction of the Stauch residence. So when we look at this call out box, and we'll see many of them, you've got the phone number associated with the record and it's color coordinated. So you may see a call out box that has like 3 or 4 different phones all at the same time. Each phone will be color coded based on the actual user. Then we see the timestamp, again in local time. Whether or not it was an incoming text, an outgoing text, incoming call, outgoing call, that's all going to be listed next. In this case, the 110 is the direction that sector faces. So 110 degrees is, if you think of a clock, roughly like 4 o'clock. And you can see that that's how that's drawn. So 110 degrees from the center of it. But when taken in totality, we see that at approximately 2 o'clock, the Tiguan and the Life 360 information supports that this device and the car are traveling away from the residence up to the Garden of the Gods. At 2:56, we see Letecia's phone, and it's sort of buried under that. This might be easier to see here. You see that Letecia's phone uses that tower and sector to receive 2 text messages. The other thing, just to note on this, so these other blue dots here, those are the other AT&T towers in the area that her phone didn't utilize during this period in time. But all told, again, consistent with Letecia's phone traveling from her house up to the Garden of the Gods during the time frame shown on the 26th.
Is it helpful to know that other things happened that sort of corroborate the same information, other ways to verify that there was a visit to Garden of the Gods?
Yeah, obviously, the more corroboration you have of a data point, the better.
Okay. And then as far as your analysis on this, is this the first time on that day, Sunday, January 26th, that the Tiguan left the 6627 Mandan Drive based on your analysis?
I believe it was.
Okay. And so if we've had some prior testimony that there was hiking in a selfie taken at Garden of the Gods on January 26th, that would corroborate this, what shows a visit of the defendant in her Tiguan and using her cell phone up at Garden of the Gods.
I would say so, because you have the Tiguan, the yellow dots sort of terminate right there, but then the Life 360 points sort of continue off of and away from the Tiguan. This would support the theory that the car was parked and then people got out and walked. And then obviously there was the 2 incoming text messages, as I mentioned before.
The fact that there was a selfie taken on the defendant's phone showing herself and Gannon and a little girl named Lena that was on her phone, does that also corroborate that she was actually in possession of this phone?
Without a doubt.
Now we're on page 17. What are we looking at here?
So in this instance, during from approximately 4:20 to 4:46, we see Tiguan and Life 360 data sort of reverse paths, right? And there was no cell phone activity during this time that was mappable. So we're left with this. But again, you see the path of travel that the device and the vehicle take back to the Stauch residence.
Okay. And then on page 18, what are we looking at?
So at 5:08 that same evening on January 26th, the Life 360 app recorded a variety of points consistent with a path of travel as I show here. So leaves the house, goes down here, you got an activity at 5:14, 5:22, you've got another data point a little bit farther east, and then the next one back there at 5:26. So sort of a quick jaunt away from the house, and then back in 15 minutes or so. And then at 5:27, and then again at 5:48, that device, Life 360 recorded locations of that device back at the house. There wasn't any AT&T activity. There wasn't any Tiguan telematics activity during this time. But there was, from the Cellbrite, or a dump of the information on Letecia's phone, conversations that she had had with Harley via iMessage at 5:11 and 5:13, mentioning she was out getting food because Gannon had had an accident in his pants. Now, the important thing here to understand about iMessage is, if anybody has an iPhone, when you send a message to another iPhone user, it doesn't show up as a traditional text message. It goes over the data side of the network. So we'll never see that message in the log of texts for Letecia's device. Only traditional text messages or iMessages that fail and have to be sent as an SMS would show up in her text messages.
You used a SMS. What does that mean? Just so the record's clear.
Short message service. It's the name for a text.
And then MMS you mentioned also. What is that?
Multimedia service. That would be like a picture message.
The fact that there's no Tiguan telematics data here, does that indicate that the defendant likely drove a different vehicle besides the Tiguan?
It would support that, yes.
Page 19. Now, what are we looking at?
So after that 5:48 event, we don't really have much during the next 4 hours. So at 9:27, 9:28, 9:35, there's some Life 360 activity as shown here. And then at 10:19 p.m., Letecia's device placed an outgoing call using the towered sector facing back towards the residence to the AT&T customer service number.
The fact that you've got the two entries at 9:28 and 9:35 basically at the house, and then there's that one 9:27 that's sort of kicked out southwest away from the house. Does that tell us anything necessarily?
Yeah, when I looked at the totality of the Life 360 data, it seemed to track quite closely with other stuff. And we didn't see really much derivation from expected paths of travel. So, if I was, looking at this data sort of live, I would have expected that the phone would have not been at the residence, but instead would have been somewhere outside it, south of it.
Okay. And then are we still talking about Sunday, January 26th in this slide?
Yes, sorry, we are now evening of Sunday, January 26th.
Okay. Now we're on page 20. What are we looking at here?
Sure. So this is the first of a couple slides that is the drive testing I mentioned. So the way we go out and map the coverage areas of a particular tower, and it's not the full coverage area. The area could extend in certain areas beyond it where we can't drive. So if you look off to like the bottom right, there's certain areas where there's no roads. We can't go out there to do our drive testing. But what we can see on the roads that we do drive, is that this particular tower and sector provides coverage back towards the location of the Stauch residence. Right? So if a device was at that residence, I would expect it to utilize this tower and sector for any of its calls or texts or anything.
And is this going to be the main tower that is used for connection throughout this presentation for the Stauch residents?
Yes, this tower is utilized over and over again by all the AT&T devices when we have corroborating evidence to support that they're at the residence.
Okay. Now into slide 21. What are we looking at here?
Sure. So the taking a little bit step back in time, we're now back into the early afternoon on January 26th, but this is Harley's AT&T device. And you see it 2:41 and at 3:10, her phone is utilizing two different cell towers facing the Massage Envy area or business. Prior to that, at 1:48, her phone had placed an outgoing call using that same tower and sector we just looked at. That was facing the Stauch residence. So this would be consistent with her device being near the Stauch residence at 1:48, and then clearly traveling up sometime between then, where it first utilized a tower near Massage Envy at 2:41. After that, there was two more incoming calls at 7:35 through that same tower off to the left. So consistent with her being there. And I she also had clocked out of work at 10:18 that evening.
So that's what I was going to ask you, and you just hit it. Would this basically corroborate testimony that we had previously that she was at work from basically 2 until 10 roughly PM?
Yes, it would.
And again, is this on Sunday, January 26th?
Yes, it is.
Slide 22, what are we looking at here?
So we've now migrated to the morning of January 27th, and we see both Letecia and Harley's devices utilizing the tower and sector that faces the Stauch residence. So Harley's entry, she only has one. It's at 2:40. There's an outgoing text message, which was system generated. And then at 4:46 a.m. through 8:42 a.m., you see a bunch of activity from Letecia's device, a lot of outgoing text messages, incoming calls, etc. So when we looked at the Cellbrite for Letecia's phone, we see that she sent a message to Albert at 2:48 related to Gannon feeling ill. Again, that was an iMessage, so it's not going to show up in our logs here, right? It's not going to show up as a traditional text message. Subsequent to that, there was, then at 4:36, you see some messages to her employer saying that her stepfather had passed away and she wouldn't be coming into work that day. At 8:18, as you can see, as I've written here, the last known photo of Gannon was sent to Albert, showing him lying in bed. Again, all of this activity is utilizing that tower and sector facing the residence. This would be consistent with her device being at that residence for the duration of that time, or at least when these messages were sent and received. And then lastly, in terms of chronological order, Harley was listed as clocking into work at 8:30 that morning.
And so just so we're clear, when we're looking at the box with the different activity, the blue box there, you mentioned that Harley's is listed in gray. Will you just stand up and point to that specific thing just so that we're all tracking with the same thing? And so that would corroborate with your key up at the top where Harley's phone activity is listed in gray as well, right?
Exactly. So all of Harley's stuff is going to show up as gray. All of Letecia's phone activity is blue. Gannon's is going to be red.
In the time span for this particular slide, just so you were saying 2:40 and 4:36, we're talking about early morning hours, AM hours.
Yes,
And this is the morning of January 27th, is that right?
that is correct.
Moving on to 23, what are we looking at there?
So we're continuing on now, still in the morning of January 27th. There was another iMessage sent at 9:54 saying that she was leaving her phone. This is Letecia saying that she was leaving her phone and to be contacted via Gannon's Apple iWatch, which is paired, or sorry, to be contacted on her Apple iWatch paired with Gannon's device. When we looked at some surveillance video, we see that that Albert's truck leaves the residence. It's written over it, but around
10:13?
10:13. Thank you. There's a lot of info. I couldn't memorize it all. And then at 1:22, we see Letecia on surveillance video at Petco. The Albert's truck then returns based on surveillance at 2:20. And there's no Life 360 app data available because, again, Letecia left her phone at home. She only took her Apple iWatch. So when we look at the activity from Letecia's AT&T phone, we see beginning at 10:39 local time and stretching well past when the truck returns, all that activity is inbound. Again, supporting the idea that her phone was left at home. None of the calls appear to have been transferred to Letecia's Apple iWatch. So, yeah.
Okay. People's exhibit, or I'm sorry, page 24 of this exhibit. What are we looking at there?
So again, same sort of time frame, but now we're looking at just Gannon's phone. What had happened with Gannon's phone? So we've been talking about voice and text data or informations thus far. AT&T also has data sessions. When we have voice and text, We traditionally use just that. Data sessions require a different level of sort of investigation to validate and confirm accuracy and reliability. And so in situations where we don't see text messages, we don't see phone calls, sometimes we'll use data sessions. And that's what I did in this case with Gannon's device. So you see his phone again in red. At 10:19, he has 2 data sessions open up off of the tower and sector that faces the Stauch residence. You see some of the towers that his phone utilizes along the way. I don't have the timestamps for those, but I jump up here to at 11:07, a data session near the Petco. Then at 1:19, and then again at 1:20, there's another data session off the tower and sector there at Petco. One thing to keep in mind with the data sessions is when they open up, they may stay open for as long as 60 minutes. And so it's not, again, a transactional kind of record wherein we'll see every iMessage back and forth. We'll see every time that person goes out and surfs the web and this associated cell tower. That kind of granularity doesn't exist in the data. It's just that the data session opened up at this date and time, may have been open for up to an hour. What happened during that hour, we can't specifically say. But in this instance, it's consistent with the idea that Gannon's device moved from the residence up towards the PetSmart Petco area. When we looked at the forensic analysis of Gannon's device, we see that the Safari mobile app was used at 11:12 a.m., and then there was no more activity till 1:20. There was an iMessage received on his device at 12:06, which indicates that his device was on and at least connected to some sort of Wi-Fi or cellular, in this case, likely cellular. Sorry, I just lost my thought here. At that 12:06, that's when the message was sent. But it wasn't actually reviewed or viewed by somebody holding Gannon's phone until 1:20 that afternoon. So roughly an hour and 15 minutes after it was sent, somebody opened up iMessage and looked at that message.
Okay. And so again, similar to what I've asked in the past on some of these other slides, the last two, page 23 and 24, outside sources that show that this is valid information. You mentioned the trip and departures on neighborhood surveillance cameras, like Ring doorbell cameras. Did that corroborate them leaving at basically the same time that we're looking at in these 2 pictures?
Yes, it does.
And then you mentioned surveillance video at Petco up on North Nevada, showing the defendant and the red pickup being there at that same time. Also, does that corroborate and show that this information is valid?
It does, yes.
On page 25, what are we looking at here?
Still on this January 27th date, early afternoon timeframe, we're looking at 12:18 through 4:25. But this is specific to just Harley's device. So you see Massage Envy, you see the 3 towers that her phone recorded activity through during that period in time. She was recorded as clocking into work at 8:30 that morning. And then at 4:15, she had clocked out, and shortly thereafter, she was seen returning to the residence.
And does this slide validate the testimony that Harley Hunt was at work and not at the 6627 Mandan Drive during these hours?
It would, yes.
And this is Monday, January 27th?
Correct.
And let me go back to page 24 and 23. Essentially, does this basically, these 2 slides show that Letecia's phone and Gannon's phone leave the residence in the morning hours and then return to the residence at roughly 2:20 in the afternoon?
Well, we don't see Letecia's phone actually leave. So Letecia's phone stays at the residence the whole time. What we do see is that Gannon's device leaves and goes up to the PetSmart. Her Apple Watch, we don't have any sort of geolocation data to ascertain where it was at any particular point in time.
And then that same, though, information, Gannon's phone showing them arriving back is corroborated by other surveillance video in the neighborhood.
That is, yes, correct.
Okay. And then moving on to Page 26 of the exhibit, what are we looking at here?
So that evening of the 27th, we see in this call out box, we have three different colors, right? We have gray, which is Harley's activity. We have blue, which is Letecia's activity. And we have red, which is Gannon's phone activity. So beginning at 6:38 through 6:58, Letecia has a variety of outgoing calls, including a phone call at 6:55 to 911. Again, using the tower, and all three of those phones are all using the tower and sector facing the residence. At 7:31, and then again at 7:32, Gannon's device places an outgoing call to the same number ending in 6679. There was significant vehicle activity based on surveillance that we observed. And then at 8:05, Albert, who was not present, contacted the El Paso County Sheriff's Office as well. So again, this would be consistent with Letecia's device being at this, in and around the residence from 6:38 through 8 o'clock. Harley had three calls, all outgoing at 7:01, 7:02, and 7:02 as well. And then there was a smattering of Life 360 activity on Letecia's device, placing it in and around the residence at 6:52 through 6:59.
You make note on there that the Letecia's phone called 911 at 6:55 p.m., right?
That's correct.
And then you also make note that there are two outgoing calls from Gannon's phone at 7:31 and 7:32 p.m. If Letecia is calling 911 and reporting Gannon as being missing at that 6:55 p.m., is it likely that it's not Gannon using the phone at 7:31?
Yes, that would make logical sense.
Page 27 of this exhibit, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so from 8 p.m. on the evening of the 27th through 6:19 a.m. the morning of January 28th, 2020, Letecia's phone had 65 65 different calls or texts utilizing the two towers shown here. 64 of them went through the tower and sector facing the house. An incoming call at 5 a.m. was off the tower and sector just south. Additionally, Gannon's device had a variety of incoming calls, text messages, outgoing calls, again, utilizing the tower and sector shown there. The El Paso County Sheriff's Office was physically present at that residence from 10:09 p.m. through 11:39 p.m. on the evening of the 27th. But you can see, again, the variety of activity sort of throughout the night for those devices.
And is this basically showing Monday, January 27th, nighttime hours into Tuesday, January 28th?
It is, yes.
And then again, similar to the last slide that we were just looking at, the fact that Gannon's phone is showing activity, even though he'd been reported as missing 6:55 p.m. on the 27th, is it also likely that it's not Gannon using the phone at this particular point?
Yes, because some of the calls that occur are during the period when the police officers or the sheriff's office is there.
And some of these are outgoing, meaning somebody's actually physically manipulating the phone.
Correct.
Page 28, what are we looking at here?
So on this slide, we're in the early morning hours of January 28th. And at 6:21, Tisha's device sends an outbound text message utilizing the tower and sector, again, facing the residence. Around that same minute, the Tiguan is seen on surveillance video leaving the residence. When we look at the Life 360 app data, we see 6:24, data point there, 6:25, and it's 6:27 up here, a little bit north of the house. At 6:27, her phone also receives an incoming text message through that tower and sector there, the same number that she had recently just texted about 6 minutes prior. After that, we see the Life 360 app data come back south. 6:28, 6:30, 6:31, back at the residence. At 6:40, Letecia's device receives an incoming call through that same tower and sector facing the residence. And then surveillance video also shows her, or shows at least the Tiguan backing into the garage at 6:36. So what it appears to have happened is that her device left in the Tiguan, got a little bit north, for some reason turned around and returned back to the house.
Did her device grow legs and go up there by itself?
I've never seen that.
Okay. Page 29, what are we looking at here?
So as you can see, 6:43 to 8:11 a.m. Both Letecia and Gannon's phones have a variety of activity, incoming and outgoing calls through the tower and sector facing the residence. 2 out of the 3 calls with Gannon's device were outgoing at this time.
And we're talking about January 28th now.
Yes, still on the 28th, morning of the 28th.
So that would be Tuesday morning.
Yes.
Is this basically showing that both of these phones are at the Stauch residence with no departures, at least as we can tell by phone activity?
Yeah, it would nothing to indicate that these phones had left the sort of the general area of where the house is, for sure.
Page 30, what's on page 30?
So at 8:13, we have a Life 360 app marker just west of the house, along with some Tiguan data starting to show up. We have some calls, 8:16, or texts and calls at 8:16. We have some more texts and calls, 8:21, 8:25, and then a call incoming at 8:34, utilizing a tower at the Colorado Springs Airport. And based on the imagery there of the Tiguan locations and Life 360 app locations, it would be consistent with the device and the vehicle both traveling to Colorado Springs Airport, arriving somewhere between 8:27 and 8:31. At 8:25, Letecia had sent Albert a text, and he had responded 4 minutes later, saying that he had just landed, asking if he was still going to pick her, asking if she was still picking him up. And then subsequently, during a search of the Tiguan, a parking receipt was found at 8:28. The last data point for the Tiguan for this day is at 8:31 that morning. So for the rest of January 28th, we don't have any more Tiguan data.
Okay. And then as it relates to this particular slide, the cell towers that you have indicated here, they have little red numbers in a circle. What is that all about?
Sometimes when we have lots of data, our maps get busy, and sometimes it's hard to make everything fit. So all these refer to is the corresponding cell tower. And so it's just like a visual to help you identify that, you know, this call out box here is associated with this tower that has the 3. The actual cell number itself is that CID number after it, but that's all it is just to help you vector into which tower we're talking about.
And so does this also corroborate the idea that Mr. Stauch flew into the Colorado Springs Airport on this Tuesday, January 28th, and the defendant picked him up at that airport roughly at the same time?
It does.
And just thinking ahead as far as break, what do you want me to shoot for as far as?
It's your call. If another 10 minutes or so would be better, but if we need one now, it's okay too.
No, we'll go another 10 minutes. Thanks. Page 31, what are we looking at here?
Page 31. Still that morning, January 28th. So following the slide that we just looked at, at 8:48 and again at 9 o'clock has shown up here, and through 8:45 through 9:02, Letecia's device is utilizing this tower and sector and has a bunch of Life 360 app hits there. We learned that that Letecia had rented a Kia Rio from the airport around this time and picked up Albert at approximately 8:50 that morning. And when we continue to look at the cell tower usage and the Life 360 app data, we see that her phone travels south away from the airport, returning back to the Stauch residence at approximately roughly 9:15. When we looked through her phone dump, Letecia's phone dump, we saw that she had sent an iMessage to Harley minutes prior to picking up Albert, asking Harley to move the Jetta into the garage. And then surveillance again shows the Kia arriving back at around 9:15.
Slide basically corroborate the idea that the defendant left her Tiguan someplace and then now is mobile in the Kia rental vehicle that was rented at the airport.
That's correct.
And so now we don't have any Tiguan data anymore. We're just looking at Life 360 data and any cell phone activity.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, is this Tuesday, January 28th in the morning hours?
It is.
Page 30. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
No,
Okay.
I'm good.
Page 32. What are we looking at here?
So a little bit, a few minutes later, 9 o'clock hour, 9:37 to 11:44. Again, Tuesday the 28th. You see the activity shown here. So from 9:37 through 10:55, Letecia's device utilized that tower and sector for a variety of calls and texts. But we also see, beginning at 11:01, some Life 360 data. And we see that data continue up until 11:44, where it puts her device near French Elementary. As you can see, there was a tower that was utilized at 11:30 all the way up there for an incoming call. Also sort of supporting the theory that her phone had traveled away from the residence. And also as part of her trip, we see that her phone, based on the Life 360 data, sort of stops here at a strip mall for about 25 minutes before continuing northward.
And just so we're understanding how the Life 360 works, does that app essentially just drop breadcrumbs as it's moving along? Or why are we seeing so much activity on the Life 360 and maybe not necessarily as much phone activity?
Well, the phone activity isn't going to be GPS derived, right? The phone activity is only going to occur when there's activity on the phone, when somebody's making or receiving calls or texts. The data sessions are aside from that, and that's not mapped here with Letecia's. The Life 360 app, though, its purpose is so that you know where your family members are, right? And so it's sourcing and harvesting that GPS. It also uses Wi-Fi and Bluetooth based on what they have on their website. But it's recording that information and storing it so that you can look and see where your son or daughter had been, or where somebody in your family might be. So that's their business model. They need to record a lot more precise location data than what we would see from a traditional phone record.
Okay. Moving on to page 33, what are we looking at here?
So beginning at noon, Letecia's device receives an incoming call through that tower and sector that's actually sitting right under the French Elementary tower or location. At 12:07, again, more Life 360 app data begins to show that device traveling south. At 1 o'clock, we see, let me take a step back. At 12:24 through 1:14, you see in that box up there, that's associated with this tower here. There's a variety of activity from her phone using the tower and sector facing the residence. So, bless you. A little after 1 o'clock, we see Letecia's device travel away from the residence based on the Life 360 app. And we see at approximately 1:30, it stops near a Starbucks. That is where Letecia ended up being interviewed by the sheriff's office. And following that, and we also see some phone calls right in the box there off of that tower and sector facing Starbucks at 1:40 and then 2:23. And then more Life 360 app data brings that phone back to the area of the residence at approximately 2:45.
So does this show basically at that 12:07 traveling from the residence up towards French Elementary, what you have indicated with an FE on the map, correct?
This would be travel away from French Elementary.
Okay, but showing being up by French Elementary and then coming back towards the residence and then going to the Starbucks for that interview with sheriff's office personnel and then back to the residence.
That is correct.
Okay. Page 34, what are we looking at there?
So afternoon of Tuesday the 28th at 3:06 through 3:45, we have some activity here off of the tower and sector again, facing the Stauch residence. Sorry, so 407, 417, and then 425. So all of that activity taking place there. At 425, we see the Life 360 app data begin to move away from the residence up north. Letecia's device, the Life 360 app records a data point right off Route 21 at 432, a little bit inside the airport area. At 450, we see Life 360 right there, back on Route 21, along with an outgoing call through that tower and sector adjacent to it. And then at 5 o'clock, the Life 360 data puts Letecia's device, that northern section of the airport. Yeah, and the call at 451 was to Albert's device.
So if we had prior testimony that Al was at the sheriff's office at roughly this 4:20-ish timeframe on this particular day on January 28th, this shows the defendant traveling separate from Al, who would be at the sheriff's office.
Yes, that's correct.
And then where the AP marker is up there, is that essentially obviously it's the Avis car rental, but is that the airport, Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then page 35, what are we looking at there?
Now beginning at 518 and 538, and then you see an outgoing call from Letecia's device off the tower and sector facing Massage Envy. There's a decent amount of activity from her device in and around that Massage Envy area. Following that, Life 360 data brings Letecia's device southward from Massage Envy back towards the residence. You can see the multitude of incoming and outgoing calls that she made and the different towers that she utilized. But at 556 and 557, she used that tower and sector facing the residence. And between 555 and 559, that Life 360 data puts her device in and around that area of the residence.
Okay. And again, is this still that same Tuesday, January 28th?
It is, yes.
Okay. Judge, this might be a good time to take our break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10:35, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own investigation about any aspect of the case. With that, we'll see you back in about 15 minutes or so. All rise for the jury, please. I think you may all be seated. Mr. Hoyland, you can step down if you would like to.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
Thank you. May all be seated. Agent Hoyland, where'd you go?
Just so you're aware, Judge, I think Mr. Hoyland is Mr. Tellini's witness, so probably can't get started until Mr. Tellini gets back.
They're walking
Okay.
together.
Oh, perfect. No.
Yeah.
I was just mentioning that
Nice
this is
little lines.
Agent Hoyland, if you would resume
Are you
your
gonna
seat,
be-
the witness stand, remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution? Mr. Tellini? Okay, go ahead and bring the jury in.
Sometimes the jury won't go back.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of Agent Hoyland's testimony. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Judge. We had just talked about page 35 of the exhibit, Special Agent Hoyland. We're going to move on to page 36. What are we looking at here?
Sure. So to orient everybody, we are still on Tuesday, January 28th. We're in the evening. So you see over here in this call out box at 6 o'clock, there's an incoming call to Letecia's device using the tower and sector facing the residence. Subsequent to that, her Life 360 data brings her phone south towards that Starbucks that we had previously mentioned where she had done an interview. During that time, her device sent some iMessages back and forth with Albert and Harley's phones. Subsequent to that, the device returns back into the area and utilizes the tower and sector facing the residence, 635 through 638. You see at 643, it now uses the north-facing sector, as denoted by that 350 degrees right there. 643, 43, and 644, using that tower and sector. Life 360 data continues to bring Letecia's device northward, terminating at the airport parking lot at 649.
Moving on to page 37, what are we looking at here?
So the yellow identifiers are the Tiguan, right? So the Tiguan now has some new data for us. We're still on that evening of the 28th. Beginning at 7 o'clock, there's Life 360 and Tiguan data at the airport. There's some phone activity off of the towers there. You got 703, and then you got 726. Letecia's phone is using that tower and sector farther north near Falcon. In conjunction with that, the Tiguan data shows that vehicle leaving the airport and also heading north towards Falcon. The Life 360 data terminated at 7:14, so all we had was the vehicle data after that during this period. Harley's phone during this time was utilizing the tower and sector down near the residence, which is obviously not shown on this map. This is just Letecia's phone.
Okay, so just to orient, we're talking again about Tuesday, January 28th, is that right? And I ask you right when you're taking a sip of water.
Sorry, I should have known. I knew the question wasn't going to be long.
Yeah.
Yes, you are correct. Evening of January 28th.
And roughly, I think the first entry that we have on this particular page is 6:51 p.m., is that right?
It is. Again, using a tower and sector for Letecia, there's an outgoing call, two outgoing calls off of that tower and sector just southwest of the airport, facing back towards the airport.
So this would be roughly 24 hours after a phone call was made on Letecia's phone to 911 on January 27th.
That's correct. Yes.
And then the 7:00 p.m. entries at AP, the Avis car rental, is that again in the airport parking lot area?
It is. Yes.
Does this indicate travel to the airport in that Kia rental and then getting into the Tiguan, and now we're seeing Tiguan data again?
I guess I don't know. I don't recall anyone telling me how Letecia's device made it to the airport, but we clearly see the Tiguan now, powered up and leaving the airport and heading north towards Falcon.
So either a vehicle swap or walk to the airport or something like that, and then Tiguan access from that point forward.
Correct.
Okay. And what is up? You may or may not know this, but in that Falcon area, is there a shopping center up in that area where it terminates at 7:27 p.m.?
Yeah, I remember looking at that when we were early on in this investigation, still looking for Gannon. And when I looked at Google Earth, it appears there was some sort of strip mall shopping center area near that intersection.
Were you aware of any search efforts being conducted based on this type of information? So like this area in the Falcon area, search efforts being conducted there in dumpsters and that sort of thing?
I do recall hearing about some search efforts there because it was sort of our last data point, right? We use whatever information we have. If that's the last point, then maybe something happened there.
Okay. Moving on to page 38, what are we looking at here?
So the same evening, so following that last call, there wasn't any other AT&T activity until 12:53. And based on looking at the records, her phone was disconnected from the AT&T network at that point. And I can say that with some certainty because we don't see any other data sessions or any other things going on that we would traditionally see with her phone if it was active and connected to the network. So placed in airplane mode or turned off would be the two primary reasons a phone would be disconnected from a network. The Tiguan, though, as you see here, beginning at 7:57, paints a breadcrumb trail up towards where a board was recovered near Palmer Lake. There's a slight deviation off the main sort of path there for about a half hour at 8:34 through 9:07. We see from the phone extraction of Letecia's device, Albert had sent her a iMessage at 8:16, but was not read by her device until 9:54. So that means that at least at 9:54, her phone had been turned on, but was not connecting to the cellular network. So likely airplane mode. I'm not sure how else it would work.
So you said, I just want to delve into this with a little more detail. You said phone disconnected from the network, and you mentioned either airplane mode or turned off. When a phone either is put into airplane mode or turned off, does that require conscious effort by whoever the user is on that phone to get it into either one of those two modes?
Yes, I guess the asterisk to that would be your battery could die on your phone. That would turn your phone off without user interaction. But the other two, for sure, you'd have to hold down the power button, or you'd have to, swipe down, click the little thing that turns off all your antennas. One thing to note, though, is when you put your phone in airplane mode, it doesn't necessarily turn off Wi-Fi. It often just turns off cellular. So that could be one reason why you would not see any activity on the AT&T network, and why the AT&T network can't see the phone because the cellular antenna is turned off. But the Wi-Fi or Bluetooth could still be active.
And the area that we've noted on this particular page 38, the BR or board recovery, that board recovery location, was that provided to you by investigation contacts in this case?
Yes, it was.
And this doesn't mean that the board was recovered on this particular date, right? It was subsequent some other time.
Correct. And if memory serves me, I think we looked at this data and had a reason to go up there and do a search based off of this data, which is when the board was recovered subsequent to it.
And from the time that Gannon was reported missing on January 27th at 6:55 p.m., noted by that 911 call from the defendant's phone, is this the first venture into this part of northern El Paso County / southern Douglas County by any of the data points that you analyzed?
Yes, it was.
Moving on to page 39, what are we looking at there?
Again, it's just Tiguan data on the later hours of January 28th. You can see on there 9:23 is sort of when I picked up, and I start showing all of that data traversing back south towards the Massage Envy location. The vehicle arrived in the shopping center approximately at 11:30, and at 12:53, as I had mentioned before, is the first activity with Letecia's device back on the AT&T network, and that's going to be 12:53 a.m. on January 29th. Calls prior to that were routed to voicemail, and there was an outgoing call to Albert that was via Wi-Fi at 12:34 as well.
So does this page signify traveling from the area where the board was eventually recovered after this initial visit, just prior to on page 38?
It does, yes.
And then you indicate, tell me the time, was it 12:53 a.m. when the first actual outcoming, or I'm sorry, how did you talk about that?
Yeah, so right around 12:53 is when we first start seeing activity with the AT&T device.
Yeah, that's exactly the words I was looking for. Meaning now that the phone is either turned back on or taken out of airplane mode, somehow is now accessing the cellular network again.
Exactly, and an outgoing call was placed at that moment.
And then we see ME on this map, just for, we're all tracking with what that is. What is ME?
That would be the Massage Envy work location for Harley.
So essentially traveling from the board recovery location down to location roughly of Massage Envy where Harley works.
That is correct.
Page 40, what are we looking at there?
So following, you can read it, but following that activity near Massage Envy, Letecia's device, AT&T device, then travels back towards the area of the residence and begins to make some outgoing calls and receive some incoming calls and texts. That began at 1:23 and in the morning, and then stretched until 8:29 a.m. that same morning of January 29th. So bringing her phone back to the Stauch residence.
And is this basically Wednesday morning, early morning hours of January 29th?
Yeah, early morning hours through breakfast time.
Page 41, what are we looking at there?
So as you see in my first line there, the Kia was returned at 9. I don't show that on the map. At 11 a.m., the Tiguan records its first activity for the day of the 29th, and it's still near the Massage Envy location. When we look at the Tiguan data, the Life 360 data, and the cellular data as shown on here, it's consistent with the device and vehicle travel from the Massage Envy location down towards the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. At approximately, you see here 11:43 with the Life 360, 11:46 with the Tiguan. Shortly thereafter, our last outbound call was at 11:48, and then El Paso County seized her vehicle and her phone.
So is this going to be the last slide that we see Tiguan telematics data?
We have one more, but then yes.
Okay. But essentially, once it's seized, we don't need to look at any more telematics from that point forward.
Correct. All it would show is the parking lot at the police station.
Yep.
Oh, is the parking lot at the police station. I should have said sheriff's office, but
Page 42, what are we depicting here?
so this is actually going to be the last one with Tiguan data. So as part of that travel that I just showed you on the prior slide, I noticed there was some oddity in terms of how long it took for the Tiguan and the Life 360 data to get to the sheriff's office. So when I dug into it a little bit, I noticed that the Life 360 and vehicle data took a sort of an unusual route. So here's the main road that it traveled, Platt. 1120, you got the 2 data points up there. 1129, you have a data point right here near your car wash. And then, while I don't have timestamps for all of them, what happens is the vehicle goes up here and it's recorded with Life 360 as well, coming back down and continuing on its way. So it's almost like call it a 5 or 6 minute deviation. So when I looked at Google Earth to figure out, hey, what's there? Why would that happen? Why would it jump on Boulder Road and then snap back to Platt? I noticed that this car wash was located right there. So who knows? It was an interesting sort of find, if you will. I would have thought somebody would have just traveled straight from point A to point B.
Okay. Did you have information from the investigation that when the defendant showed up at the sheriff's office, it appeared to people at the sheriff's office that her car had been recently washed and was still wet?
I did, actually, yes.
Okay. And so does this potentially corroborate that information, that possibility that this car wash was used to wash that vehicle?
Definitely.
Moving on to page 43, what are we looking at here?
So following Leticia's phone being seized and the Tiguan data, or the Tiguan vehicle being seized, we no longer had Leticia's AT&T records, we no longer had Life 360 records, and we no longer had the Tiguan telematics records. So there's a gap, as you see here, from January 29th around noon for a little over 2 days. The next data set that we had geolocation activity for was on January 31st at approximately 3:30. Now, between that time, and you can obviously read it, a Brenda Acquard had rented a Nissan Altima on January 30th. And 9:44 on January 31st, Letecia had rented a cargo van, which is not shown on here. At 3:38, a GPS tracker happened to be affixed to that Nissan that was rented, but Letecia was seen driving. So following that at 3:38, we started to get data. And as you can see here, these green dots are GPS, location markers for that Nissan. We see that Nissan up back in the area of where that board had been was subsequently recovered. And the device, or that vehicle, spent approximately an hour up in that general area.
So is this the second trip up to that area in a vehicle associated with the defendant after Gannon was reported missing on the evening of January 27th?
That I was aware of, yes.
Okay.
There could always be other ones that we don't have data for.
Okay. So Tiguan is in custody at this time with the sheriff's office, is that right?
That's correct.
Her cell phone, the AT&T cell phone, is in custody of the sheriff's office at this time?
Correct.
And so then this GPS tracker is the only way to really track any potential movements that you are aware of at this particular time?
That is correct.
And just so that we're tracking as far as record, this is the early evening or late afternoon, early evening of Wednesday, January 29th.
No, we are.
January 30th.
Nope, we've actually jumped 2 days. We're now on January 31st that afternoon.
So Friday.
Yes.
Okay. My apologies. I got all cattywampus on the days.
There's a lot of days. There's a lot of stuff.
What are we looking at in page 44?
All right. So these are the new locations of interest for the back half of my analysis. So you see the dates February 1st through February 6th. Again, a variety of locations. Each map will have a legend. Don't have to memorize it. The ones that are pertinent will show up on those maps, but we have a lot of different areas covering a lot of different parts of the country.
And so, again, are these randomly selected by you, or are these given to you by somebody with the investigation as points of interest?
These were provided to me as points of interest based on what the investigators were uncovering.
The subsequent slides that we're going to look at, does it essentially show travel from the Colorado Springs area into the Pensacola area and then terminating in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
It does.
Page 45, what are we looking at there?
So on the morning of February 1st, Letecia rented a cargo van from Budget in Colorado Springs. And as I'd mentioned earlier in my testimony, this particular van was equipped with a GPS device that recorded locations every 6 hours. So again, not the breadcrumb trails like we saw with the Tiguan, but it does give us helpful points of reference a couple times a day. Following that, that rental, we see a data point down here at 1010 near a truck stop or a Bob's truck stop in Pueblo along I-25. So clearly the vehicle has already began to move away from where it was rented.
So we're now south of the Colorado Springs area, closer to Pueblo at this truck stop?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is on again, the date would be Saturday, February 1st?
Correct.
Page 46.
So I was provided some financial records and surveillance that indicated that Letecia had visited this particular Walmart in Trinidad. And we then subsequently learned of a Verizon phone that was associated with her that had been activated on that day. What we're looking at here is Verizon has a unique data set known as RTT, which is essentially an estimated distance from tower measurement. So as long as the Verizon device is powered on, these RTT events are, for the most part, recorded. And I say as long as it's powered on because smartphones these days, there's a lot of things that are going on in the background. Your apps are trying to update. You may have surfed the web, but you didn't actually close your browser. So there's stuff being sent back and forth. You might have, a number of apps on your phone. You might have Facebook, whatever it might be. All of those network interactions between your phone and the towers generate signaling data, which is what RTT is. And so what we saw here is the Verizon network at 1:01 p.m. on the February 1st, and then again at 1:02, had recorded 2 distance measurements. And so what Verizon is saying is that based on, it's essentially based on how long it takes the signal to go from the phone to the tower, they divide that by the speed of light, and that gives them an estimate as to how far away the phone is from the tower. So they're saying at this moment, that phone was approximately 1.55 and 1.6 miles away from this tower sector, which conveniently or coincidentally, I guess, corresponds with the location of the Walmart. So these again are the first 2. So this is only going to happen when if it's a prepaid phone, the first time you turn on the phone, it needs to connect with the network, right? So the phone was powered on at approximately 1 o'clock. Verizon can't say where in this band the phone was, right? So the phone could have been over here. Phone could have been in this corner. Phone could have been on I-25. Verizon doesn't know, but it knows based on that simple calc of the time divided by the speed of light that that phone is estimated at that distance away from that particular tower.
And this is corroborated, I think you already mentioned it, but by information you obtained that the defendant bought a phone at this particular Walmart.
Correct.
Page 47, what are we looking at here?
We've now jumped a little bit further in the day. We've now transitioned to Central Time as well. We've changed time zones. At 5:10, there is a GPS marker from the van as recorded there near that town, Dalhart, Texas. Letecia's Verizon device placed a number of outgoing calls during this time. Again, consistent, using towers at least consistent with travel. Well, I guess the towers were along 385. I can't necessarily say which road she was traveling on. But you see based sequentially that her phone is continuing to travel southward into Texas.
And the Verizon records that we're talking about now are based off of that phone that was purchased at the Walmart in Trinidad, Colorado.
That's correct. And the other thing to note on this one, of these 5 calls, even though it's not shown here in the call out box, when you look at the raw records, 067 was used prior to dialing the number. So if 067 basically blocks your caller ID from appearing on whoever's device you're calling. So, and then similar to the blues, the Verizon towers in the area are red. Blue was AT&T previously.
Is 067 and *67 essentially the same thing depending?
I meant to say *67.
Okay.
Did I say 0?
You said 067.
My apologies. *67 is what you would use to block your caller ID.
Does that *67 require conscious effort to do that, or can a phone just automatically do it?
Yeah, no, you'd have to do that yourself. I'm not sure I don't know of any way where you could accidentally do that or have the phone accidentally do that.
Requiring conscious effort by whoever's using that particular device.
I would say so.
Page 48, what are we looking at here?
We're now farther south into Amarillo, Texas. CS is the Candlewood Suites, a hotel in that area. From 6:59 through 9:59, then 6:59 p.m. through 9:59 the next morning, you see that Letecia's device uses that Verizon tower adjacent to the hotel. I have a little zoom in right there, and you can see the cargo van's GPS putting it outside that same hotel. At 7 o'clock, her device also placed an outgoing call to the same hotel. And then financial records support that she had at least rented a room there that night. As I mentioned before, their Verizon records don't give us the cell tower information for text messages. So all we're going to see for Verizon are phone calls or those RTT events, those distance from tower measurements. But her device placed its first outbound user initiated text at approximately 8:38 that night, which went to a 312 Chicago area code.
And basically from the area where this Candlewood Suites is located in Amarillo, Texas.
Correct. Well, I can't say where the text message came from, but based on the phone activity from her calls, her last call before that was at 8:55, or last call before that was at 7:56. First call after was 8:55. How far can your phone go in 20 minutes, kind of thing?
Okay. So generally, in the same general area.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. Page 49, what are we looking at here?
So later in the morning into the afternoon of February 2nd, Letecia's device leaves the Candlewood Suites area and continues traveling southeast, as shown here. So when I zoom out on my maps, it becomes hard to see the sector. So I've replaced them with just these red dots to indicate the cell towers utilized. But you see there's a variety of calls being made, all outgoing in this instance, to a number and a North Carolina phone number ending in 5030.
And then all of those other little red dots in the map, are those just other cell towers in that particular area that would show up on this map?
Yes, those are other Verizon cell towers in the area that the phone could have utilized if it saw that tower as being best at that moment in time. But the phone chose those towers that have the associated numbers on them. And those towers seem to align with the 287 roadway.
Does this indicate, again, just consistent travel southeast through Texas, eventually going down to Pensacola and then Myrtle Beach?
Exactly, yes.
Page 50, what's depicted here?
Same afternoon. We see Letecia's device now approaching Bellevue, Texas. The 6-hour cargo van GPS marker shows up there at 5:10. She uses that same tower for an outgoing call at 5:27 with that same 5030 number, which was associated with an Amy Lowry. But long and short is this is just consistent with her device continuing to travel south, utilizing towers along the 287 roadway.
Page 51.
So This is Decatur, Texas. That evening at approximately 6 o'clock, her phone utilized that tower and sector at 607, facing back towards the Candlewood Suites. Again, there's a GPS marker as shown at 1110, but a variety of activity through the 3 towers shown by Letecia's phone. Again, multitude of outgoing calls to that same 5030 number. Of note, when I looked at some of the activity, there was a 45-minute call with a number coming back to an Abernathy residence, followed immediately by an 83-minute call with that same Amy Lowry. And when I looked back throughout the day of February 2nd, Letecia had spent nearly 5 hours speaking with that Amy Lowry number ending in 5030.
And the 3 hotels that are going to be denoted in these slides, are they all Candlewood Suites?
99% sure, but I just want to double check.
So the one in Amarillo and now the one in Decatur and then in Pensacola?
Correct.
Okay. Page 52, what are we looking at here?
All right. So now the morning of February 3rd, Letecia's device has some activity around 9 a.m. through that tower, just through a tower just north of the Candlewood Suites. Overnight, you saw the budget rent-a-truck pings that are, right there near the Candlewood Suites as well. Shortly after that, around 11:23, you start to see her phone traveling because we have an outgoing call using this tower and sector here, which is far south of the suites, and then this one over here at 11:25. As you see, there's not a lot of stuff going on there. You just got a Verizon tower here and a Verizon tower there. There's nothing really in between.
Not much going on in that part of Texas, apparently.
Probably, well, the carriers put in towers where they have customers, right?
Yeah.
Because every tower can only handle a certain amount of phones. So that would tell me there's probably not a lot of Verizon customers right there.
Okay. Page 53, what are we looking at here?
So I jump ahead a little bit. There was a call outside of Dallas that afternoon of February 3rd that I didn't show, but Letecia's device and the GPS from the truck are consistent with travel eastward towards Mobile, Alabama. That evening, you see at 11:10 down here, outgoing call about an hour earlier, just west of Mobile.
And so we're on February 3rd, I believe here. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So roughly a week after Gannon Stauch has been reported missing by the defendant on January 27th at 6:55 p.m.
That is correct, yes.
And then page 54, what are we looking at here?
So this Candlewood Suites is in Pensacola, and we see her device, the Verizon device, show up with first recorded data session at approximately 12:39 a.m. the morning of February 4th. We have some outgoing activity the next morning, like later that morning around 9:47, but at 4:15, we have a GPS marker from the cargo van. And if you remember that the cargo van flags every 6 hours, but it also has a power-up event once a day that occurs at not a consistent period. It was traditionally in the morning, but not at the same moment. So this event at 4:15 puts this cargo van approximately 1.8 miles away from where it subsequently records a GPS marker at 5:10, so approximately 55 minutes later. As you see in the red icon up there is where Gannon's body was subsequently recovered there in Pensacola. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just make sure that we got everything I want to get out of this particular slide. We made note of this at the very beginning. when we're talking about 4:15 a.m. or 5:10 a.m., this is local to the Pensacola area,
That is correct. Yes.
these times. Okay. Page 55, what are we looking at here?
So just to be sort of thorough, I had asked one of my colleagues who lives down in this area, one of my CAST colleagues, if he would be able to go do some drive testing for us, because I wanted to understand the coverage area of these Verizon phones, or the Verizon towers that Letecia's phone had used. And you see the two towers shown here that she has had some data sessions with in the early morning hours of April 4th. What you see, and it's a little bit muddy and somewhat of an ink blob, but the serviceable coverage areas of those two towers don't extend all the way to where that budget or where the GPS marker was recorded on that cargo truck. So what does this tell us? Well, if the phone had activity during the early morning hours around that 4 o'clock window, we would have expected it to have utilized a different cell tower, right? It was about 1.8 miles away. So this just confirmed to us that at the time shown on this slide and at the previous slide, that the phone was in and around the area of the Candlewood Suites and was not as far up as where the budget truck was, GPS marker was.
Could it also mean that just no phone activity is being initiated on that particular phone while the budget truck is moving?
Oh yeah, definitely, right? Because we can only talk about the general area of where a device is when there is activity, right? When it records a connection with the tower. So without that, we wouldn't know where it was.
If there had been phone activity beyond the coverage area indicated by these pink and green blobs here, would it likely have connected to a different tower if there was phone activity?
Yes, it would have.
Okay. Page 56, what do we have there?
So around noon on the April 4th, Letecia's device left the Pensacola area along with the truck. And these multitude of red dots are all the Verizon cell towers that the phone utilized along the way. And this was generated primarily from that timing advanced data, that stuff that's going on behind the scenes. During this case, we had somewhat gaps in some of the data as provided by Verizon, so we didn't have consistent timing advanced data for everything. But as you can see, it's pretty clear cut the direction and path that phone takes as it travels south into the Orlando area. And it arrived in the Orlando area at approximately 12:10 a.m. Eastern time. We've now jumped one more time zone on February 5th.
Okay.
Oops,
Sorry, thought you were done with that one.
So did I, but I screwed you up on that one.
Okay. What else? What else of
Nothing. They can read it. We're good.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone.
All right. Moving on to page 57. What are we looking at here?
Letecia's Verizon device remained in Orlando in that area until dinner time. And at approximately 6:30, again, based on the red dots, you can see that phone starts to travel northward. This 10:17 a.m., that was a time stamp mistake. That's actually 10:17 p.m. I didn't catch it. Peer reviewer didn't catch it. My apologies. As I mentioned, there was gaps in the data. So once that phone traversed into Georgia, we didn't actually get any more RTT data. But we do see at 10:12 a.m. On February 6th, that the truck is at least now outside of Savannah, Georgia, technically in Pooler, Georgia.
So we have van data down in the Orlando area at 6:10 a.m. and then again at 12:10 a.m., signifying that 6-hour gap when it would do the drop of breadcrumb.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else of note on this one before I move on?
Nope.
They can read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Page 58, what are we looking at there?
So we're now morning, a little later in the morning on February 6th. Letecia's phone utilized a tower down here at 5:20 for some outgoing calls. At 10:42, it utilized that tower and sector facing the Abernathy residence for some outgoing calls. You see the GPS pings from the device or from the vehicle. There's a budget rental location down there, which is where the vehicle was subsequently dropped off. That star 67 that I mentioned before, these outgoing calls on this day also had that star 67 to block the caller ID to the person answering it. And there was a total, Letecia's device had 73 text messages recorded by Verizon. Again, we don't get the cell tower, but we at least know that there's a decent amount of activity going on with her device during this period.
It just dawned on me to be a little more clear on the star 67. If I put star 67 into my phone and then I call you, what's it going to show up on your end?
I think each carrier handles it a little bit differently, but typically it says like private number or blocked number or no caller ID available.
So it essentially, if somebody on the outgoing call phone puts in star 67, it's to block the receiver from seeing who the call is coming in from.
That's correct.
Okay. Page 59, what do we got there?
The overview slide. So going back to February 1st, bringing it all the way through to February 6th, here's all the various GPS or location data that existed during the time. So we have Letecia's Verizon phone, and we have the rental truck's GPS. And so that is what you see here, bringing it from Colorado Springs area all the way down to Florida and then up into the Myrtle Beach area.
And spreading across basically from February 1st all the way to February 6th, so roughly 5 days worth of travel.
That's correct.
That sort of travel route, would that require multiple stops along the route in a gas-powered vehicle like what this van was
Oh, yeah.
to get gas?
Use gas, use the bathroom, eat.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just check with my colleagues to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Tellini, cross-examination. Pardon? Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent McClellan? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
Well, if he's stepping down, I'm just going to think that's fine.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Morning, Your Honor. We'd call Dr. Christine Moore.
You don't need it up here, right?
No. You want that?
Dr. Moore, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Young, on the matter that we talked about earlier, qualify the witness first, and then I'll give the instruction.
Sounds good, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. I am Dr. Christine Moore, M-O-H-R.
And what is your occupation?
Currently, I am a clinical program director for Larned State Hospital's sexually violent offender treatment program.
And how did you get the title doctor?
I received my doctorate in clinical psychology in 2014, completed over 2,000 hours of clinical training for towards my licensure, and then applied for my licensure, took my licensure exam, and have been a licensed clinical psychologist since 2016.
And what kind of roles have you had, jobs have you had as a clinical psychologist?
Typically, I've worked in psychiatric hospitals, jails, prisons. I've been a forensic psychologist, so conducting sexual and violent risk evaluations, sexual predator evaluations, parole evaluations, assisted with civil commitments for individuals who are mentally ill. So worked in a variety of settings.
And in those variety of settings, have you both treated patients and also done forensic examinations of patients?
Yes.
Could you distinguish those two for the jury? What are we talking about when we say clinical examination?
So a clinical examination is typically something, an evaluation where you're looking to provide a diagnosis or understanding of what could be concerning about that person, what sort of mental illness might they meet criteria for. Whereas a forensic setting, you're typically looking, again, maybe assessing for risk, any sort of violence risk, sexual risk. You assess for faking mental illness, so feigning illnesses. Also forensic wise, in some of my prior roles, I've conducted pre-sentence evaluations, lack of mental state or insanity evaluations, competency evaluations, pre-sentence evaluations. So again, you're kind of looking to assess somebody's, you're either wanting to diagnose and help develop a treatment plan, or ultimately look and assess somebody's risk in more of a legal setting.
And so approximately how many clinical examinations have you conducted as a psychologist?
Hundreds. I'd say probably close to 400 at least.
And how about forensic examinations as a forensic psychologist?
About the same. It's been kind of my roles have switched back and forth. So in those roles, I've conducted hundreds of evaluations.
And are you licensed to practice psychology in any states?
Yes, I am licensed to practice here in Colorado as well as in Kansas.
And what does it mean to be licensed to practice psychology? Let's talk about the state of Colorado.
Sure. So it means that you've met the required qualifications to, as required for the Colorado Licensure Board, and here it's called DORA, the Department of Regulatory Agencies. So I've met all of those qualifications based on my education, experience, and training, as well as passed what we call the EPPP. It's the psychologist examination, and you have to score above a 70% on that exam in order to become fully licensed. And once you've met all of that criteria, then they will authorize you to be licensed and to practice as a psychologist in the state.
And does each state have its own requirements to have a license in psychology?
Yes.
And are you licensed in other states?
Kansas.
And is that where you currently work?
Yes.
Are you, do you have any training, or do you have what we call as lawyers CLEs? Do you have annual training that you have to go to keep your license?
Yes, so I have to do that both for for Kansas and Colorado, between 40 and 50 hours of continuing education, and specifically in ethics, also about diagnosing, ensuring that you are familiar with the DSM-5 and making sure that you are able to accurately diagnose, and then things specific to your field. So especially when I've worked mostly in forensic related settings, I also tend to prefer to obtain additional CEUs in those sort of settings. So being trained and qualified to perform the risk assessments, personality assessments, malingering assessments, intellectual disability assessments, things like that. So I also focus my CEUs in those areas.
And you mentioned the DSM-5. What is the DSM-5?
That is a diagnostic and statistical manual. So it's in the mental health field. We typically use that as a guide to help with diagnoses. So it has the criteria of what each diagnosis is required that you have to meet. It also provides kind of some associated symptoms related to different diagnoses, just to help the clinician really ensure that that's the person that they're assessing is meeting that criteria.
And is that used throughout the country?
Yes.
Do you stay up on recent literature and things that are going on in the field of psychology and the fields of forensic psychology?
Yes.
And what do you do to do that?
Mostly that's CEUs, but again, just going out, ensuring that I am trained, and seek out the trainings, that do allow me to do my job. So, for example, like a sexual risk assessment, you have to be qualified and trained to conduct that sort of assessment. So I'll go out and get additional CEUs, in those areas just to make sure I am trained and qualified to do what I do.
Okay. And have you given presentations or have you taught classes with regards to psychology and forensic psychology?
Yes. A couple years ago, most recently was at the National Commission on Correctional Healthcare. I had conducted and written trainings there, but also just numerous other trainings related to personality disorders, just different symptoms. I always, in some of my roles as a supervisor administrator, I've also had to train other people on how to conduct these sort of evaluations, whether they're the clinical or the forensic evaluations.
And when you're teaching these classes or giving these presentations, are they to other psychologists?
Usually, there's other psychologists, mostly at the master's level, but typically other psychologists as well and other experts in the field.
And have you received any honors or awards in the field of psychology and forensic psychology?
Yes, I can't remember what they are off the top of my head.
Did you give us a resume or CV?
I did.
We don't need to go through those, but have you testified as an expert in the field of psychology and forensic psychology?
Yes, most specifically in civil commitment hearings, conducting sexual predator evaluations, risk assessments, things like that, yes.
Approximately how many times?
A lot of times, despite writing the evaluations that I did, I wasn't called to testify, so it's been more the civil commitment side, probably around 30 times.
And what is a civil commitment proceeding?
So that's typically when somebody is mentally ill. They have a severe and persistent mental illness where they do not want treatment. And so we have to commit to them to a psychiatric hospital against their will. And so we're essentially telling, usually it's a magistrate judge, some of their symptoms and why they would benefit from treatment against their objection.
Okay. Now, at this time, I'd ask that Dr. Moore be qualified as an expert in the fields of general psychology and forensic psychology, and ask that she be allowed to give opinions in those fields.
Defense?
Can we approach?
You may. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to hear evidence or testimony from this witness. The evidence you are about to hear goes to the issue of insanity and insanity alone. With that, prosecution.
Thanks, Judge. Dr. Moore, could you give the jury a little bit more specifics of what your role is now and what you're doing in your job out in campus?
Sure. So as the clinical program director of the sexual predator treatment program, we have over 250 civilly committed sexually violent predators. So in the state of Kansas, when somebody is deemed a sexually violent predator prior to their release from prison, they go for 2 evaluations, a clinical service evaluation and then a sexual predator evaluation. And then they're civilly committed to the program. So we are required by law to provide them care and treatment related to their sexual offending behaviors. So I oversee all of the clinical aspects of that. I supervise numerous master's level psychologists and master's level social workers. They're the ones that are typically providing treatment. I also chair what we call the progress review panel, so help evaluate if people are progressing in treatment or need to be returned to more intense levels of treatment. I supervise the forensic evaluator, so that person's role is to conduct initial evaluations to clarify diagnoses, and they also do annual evaluations that are required by law for the court to determine if that person still meets civil commitment criteria as a sexually violent predator.
What were you doing back in March of 2020?
I was the mental health director at the El Paso County Jail. In that role, I supervised the master's level therapist there, the discharge planner, oversaw all of the psychiatric care, so supervised the psychiatrist, the psychiatric nurse practitioner, the psych nurse, just again ensuring that care was adequately provided to approximately 1,500 inmates at any given time in the jail setting.
And before we get into the details with regards to this case, we talked about a clinical diagnosis or your role as a clinical psychologist versus your role as a forensic psychologist. Can you explain the difference between the two? And let's start with what a clinical psychologist might do and how you treat a patient who may come see you.
Sure. So in a clinical psychologist role, somebody is typically coming in due to some, either whether it's them self-reporting some mental health concerns. It could be something like anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, things like that. And what we do is we start by conducting an initial evaluation and diagnostic clarification to make sure that we do have an accurate diagnosis. And then from there, we develop a treatment plan in order to help stabilize them, whether that would include individual therapy, group therapy. We might refer them to a psychiatrist for medication management as well, and then typically try to work with a team in the sense of whether nursing staff are involved. Like I said, the mental health staff, psychiatry, just trying to have a pretty collaborative approach to somebody's needed treatment.
And in a clinical setting, are you relying, much like a medical doctor may do, on what the patient's telling you, at least at the beginning, to see how that mental illness may be treated?
Yes. So typically we will ask them kind of a broad series of questions to cover any potential diagnoses. So kind of casting a wide net to see what concerns that they have. And then if it's pretty clear what their diagnosis is, we'll kind of hone into that area. So maybe they report, for example, that they're depressed and they meet criteria for a major depressive disorder. And we'll go in and develop a treatment plan specific to that. If we are not sure, or they might have symptom overlap, which tends to be common. We don't all fit into nice boxes. So sometimes there might be prominent depression with maybe some anxiety on the side. So if we need to clarify, we might do some testing in order to make sure that we know that we have the accurate diagnosis.
And this diagnosis that you're making, you alluded to, if it fits the criteria, or use words to that effect. What do you refer to see what the criteria is for any given specific mental illness?
The DSM-5.
And within the DSM-5, is that where the criteria might be listed for whatever mental illness you're looking at?
Yes.
And do you use that in a clinical setting to make a diagnosis as to whether or not someone actually has a mental illness?
Yes.
Now, before we talk about the forensic psychologist evaluation, is there any cautionary statement in the DSM-5 and the use of that manual with regards to forensic evaluations?
Yes, you always want to to make sure especially in a forensic setting, to be very cautious, because in forensic settings, just by the nature of them, there could be some ulterior motive or gain. So you want to be extra sure and clear, make sure you are clarifying that is in fact the correct diagnosis that you are going to then provide treatment for or write in an evaluation report that goes to the court per se.
And is that statement in the DSM-5, or do you know why it's in there with regards to forensic interviews?
Just because of the nature of them, and because people can have a tendency to maybe elaborate or exaggerate maybe fake symptoms of a mental health diagnosis, so that way that they are deemed they're not taking full responsibility. They're kind of blaming it on maybe a mental health diagnosis as opposed to their true own behavior.
Oh, I understand you correctly, is the clinical setting, they may not have as much to gain or lose by what they're telling you, versus a forensic setting, they might be motivated to tell you something because they have something to gain. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And is that why, for instance, in a forensic setting, would you rely on everything a prospective patient might tell you, or would you want to look at collateral information to see whether or not that makes sense?
It is very pertinent to look at the collateral information. So yeah, you would take that person's self-report. If you could talk to any family members, if you could obtain prior records to, again, confirm. You also do assessments that have validity scales in them. So most, let's say, personality assessments, they have embedded in them certain questions that will detect if someone is feigning or faking symptoms or over-exaggerating under reporting symptoms. So we do that. And then there's also a specific set of tests that are specific for, again, malingering or faking symptoms. So I've been trained in those assessments as well. And again, we'll typically use those to just confirm or refute a diagnosis.
Okay. I'm going to go back to March of 2020 in your role at the El Paso County Jail. As part of that role, were you one of the individuals who might screen inmates as they come in of serious criminal charges?
Yes.
For instance, inmates who are charged with first-degree murder, is there a process that they go through when they come through the jail?
The process is typically consistent for almost anyone coming in the jail. The first thing that we do is a receiving screening that the nursing staff will do. And so they kind of go through, get all of the baseline or historical medical concerns, kind of do a brief suicide assessment, initiate any mental health or psychiatric referrals. And then if it's maybe somebody who's a little bit more concerning, they will be referred for a mental health assessment, typically within 24 hours. At the latest, it would be at 7 days. So everybody would come in, have the receiving screening, and an initial mental health assessment.
And why do you do this mental health screen with inmates, particularly inmates that are charged with first-degree murder?
To ensure that whatever anybody is coming into the jail for, that we can adequately care for and manage any symptoms. In a higher profile case, given my higher level of licensure compared to most of my team that worked there, they were mostly master's level clinicians. I typically would try to meet with those individuals that have higher profile crimes, just because I have a pretty extensive history working in that forensic setting and providing diagnoses. So that's why I would typically go see somebody, and specific for higher profile crimes, because of the nature of them, we always want to ensure somebody's safety. So typically people who come in, again, with higher level crimes, I'll as a safety precaution, put them on suicide watch initially, just to ensure that, given the nature of the crime, sometimes in and of itself going to jail is traumatic. It's kind of a scary place. And so I just want to ensure that that person is safe. I mean, ultimately in the jail setting, safety is the key. So we will also do a pretty thorough suicide risk assessment with them.
Do you also do an assessment to make sure they're not a harm to anyone else at the jail?
Yes.
We're going to talk about this case and this defendant. Did you have an opportunity to do an assessment of a Letecia Stauch on March 5th of 2020?
I did.
And is it the same Letecia Stauch that's seated to my left, seated in between the two male attorneys at the table here?
Yes.
May the record reflect identification of Ms. Stauch.
Record will still reflect, okay.
Earlier, you alluded to that high-profile cases, first-degree murder charges, you might take a role. Is that how you got involved in this case?
Yes.
So tell us about that. What was why did you meet with Letecia Stauch on March 5th, 2020?
I met with her to conduct her mental health initial assessment. Again, assess for suicidality, homicidality, again, initial diagnostic assessment, see what referrals might be needed, specific to her given the nature of the alleged crime. Also, just checking in as a stepmother, making sure that she's safe, she's okay, and see how she was adjusting. To my knowledge, she does not have a criminal history. So again, like I said earlier, going to the jail for the first time, it can be somewhat traumatic. It can be scary. People don't really know what to expect. It's a totally different environment. So again, just making sure that my intent was to assess her to ensure her safety and stability while under our care.
And what was her demeanor like when you first met her?
She was, from my recollection, generally very calm, polite. She reported kind of some general symptoms, but we had a very lucid, fluid conversation where there weren't any significant concerns raised. I do recall she was not really in agreement with being on suicide watch, but again, just due to the nature of her alleged crime, as well as being somebody in jail for the first time, I had placed her on suicide watch just as a safety precaution.
And have you done that with many inmates who are charged with first-degree murder just as a
Yes.
precaution?
Mhm.
As you're talking to her for the first time, did you notice any obvious signs of any mental illness that she may have had at that point?
She not anything overt. Again, just being in jail, I think everyone can be a little bit anxious or nervous. I do recall her reporting a history of a generalized anxiety disorder diagnosis. So that seemed fairly consistent. Her self-report of that seemed consistent with how she was presenting.
And as part of your role at the jail there is to prescribe medication that the inmate might need if they do have a mental illness?
My role is not to prescribe. I'm not licensed to prescribe medication, but what I do is put a referral in for somebody to see the psychiatrist. If somebody comes in with prescribed medications that we can verify, then the nursing staff can call the doctor and get those medications started, or the doctor can meet with them and start the medication themselves.
And do you know whether or not that was done with regards to Ms. Stauch?
Yes, our psychiatrist, Dr. Hargraves, had also met with her, I believe on March 5th as well, and prescribed her, I believe it was hydroxyzine, which is an anti-anxiety medication. It's a very kind of generic low medication. It's not something like an antipsychotic, which has helped to kind of prevent some symptoms. It just kind of helps calm down your anxiety a little bit.
And I still want to stay on the March 5th, 2020, and your first meeting with Ms. Stauch. Are you also, is this a kind of a clinical evaluation at this point? Are you also evaluating if there's anything or some mental illness that she might need that you can either refer out or facilitate at that moment?
Yes,
And as part of that evaluation, do you ask her if she has any mental illnesses?
yes.
And how did she respond to that?
She had reported having the prior diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder.
As you already alluded to? Did she mention any other potential disorders that she might have?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any signs of any mental illness other than what she was telling you about the generalized anxiety?
No.
And when I talk about signs, what does that mean to you?
Signs or symptoms, typically when people have a mental illness, they will have, you can kind of see it. So let's say, for example, somebody could be responding to internal stimuli, and that might be consistent with more of a psychotic disorder. None of that was observed. So sometimes they might be looking around at the room or talking to themselves under their breath. They might seem very sullen or depressed or uncontrollable crying. They might be having more of a manic sort of mood episode. So they might be talking very rapidly. So just a lot of behavioral observations. So speech, affect, body presentation, things like that. We just look at all of that in order to determine a sign or symptom.
And why is the term psychosis kind of what you're describing, where they're looking around and acting like someone's there who's not there, or hearing voices that you can't hear, that only they can hear, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Why are you looking for that, or why is that relevant in your evaluation, and particularly with Ms. Stauch when you first met her on March 5th?
That's going to plan how we're going to treat her. So somebody who might be psychotic, so to speak, we might need to, again, just to put them in a potentially restrictive housing. If their behavior is very erratic, we might need to bump up a psychiatric referral, monitor medication compliance if they're prescribed medication, just to ensure that stability. So looking for that, it's just important to see how we will manage them in a jail setting, what sort of unit or housing location is best for them. And again, just to see how often we might need to follow up with them.
Okay. Is psychosis, where you're hearing things or seeing things that aren't there, is that tied to a severe mental illness? Did you see that in someone?
Yes.
And is that one of the things you might be looking for when you meet anybody in your initial diagnosis, or someone who's entered at the jail for first-degree murder? See that, you may have to go to a plan B, C, or D.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
And you didn't see any of that with Ms. Stauch when you first met her.
I did not.
Did you ask Ms. Stauch about whether or not she had any outpatient treatment for any mental illnesses?
I did ask her that.
And how did she respond to that?
She denied any prior hospitalizations or treatment.
So does that include any inpatient or outpatient treatment?
Yes.
I know it's pretty obvious, but what's the difference between the two?
So outpatient treatment, you might go to therapy. You might drive yourself to therapy once a week. And inpatient is where you're living there. It could be something as short as 72 hours to years. Again, a higher level intensive treatment is inpatient treatment with 24-hour around-the-clock care. And outpatient is you're able to fairly well manage your own symptoms, but might need a little bit of assistance. So you see a therapist.
Okay. Now, if she would have said that, hey, I had inpatient treatment before I was hospitalized for whatever mental disorder, would you have taken additional steps to see what you needed to do within the jail to help her?
Yes,
No need to do that in this case?
correct.
As you're talking to Ms. Stauch, and we're going to get into several days where you met with her, how are you documenting your meetings?
I always, when I would go to the unit, I would take a pen and paper with me, a little notepad, and I would write down my notes. I would quote things that people said, write down my behavioral observations of that person, and then I would go back to our office area where there was a computer and document that in our electronic medical record system.
And would you document things so that others can see those, particularly in the jail? If, for instance, you mentioned the psychiatrist wanted to come see her, they could look at your notes and get a historical documented path of what has been going on, Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
And does that go for all the way to today? You know that she has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Can other doctors look at your notes and use that in determining whether or not Ms. Stauch is sane or insane?
Yes.
Did you also note whether or not any psychotropic medication was needed for Ms. Stauch?
I noted that, again, my understanding was her primary care doctor had prescribed her hydroxyzine to help with some anxiety, and I believe lorazepam to help with the same. Sometimes that's a little bit more of a medication that it's a bit quicker
Okay.
acting.
And did you note that in your notes then?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regards to the prior diagnosis, did Ms. Stauch tell you when she was diagnosed with this generalized anxiety?
I believe it was about 2 to 3 years prior to coming into the jail.
If your notes indicate that it was at age 16, would that be accurate?
If my notes indicate that, then yes.
If I can approach, Your Honor. I don't have a bait page on these notes, but it's from March 5th.
Which one?
Let me approach, Your Honor.
You may.
And I'll just direct you to this sentence here.
Yes.
Now, are these your March 5th, 2020 notes?
Yes.
Has that refreshed your recollection as to when she said she was diagnosed with generalized anxiety?
Yes.
How old was she?
16.
Did she happen to tell you who diagnosed her?
No.
Did you talk to her about any past suicide attempts?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
I believe that she said that she had not attempted suicide before.
Again, I have the privilege of looking at your notes. If you have your notes with you, you can use those, okay? If it helps refresh your recollection. Just let us know when you're
Sure.
doing that. That's okay?
Okay.
Mr. Young, can you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so, please?
We could stop now if you like, Judge, if it's convenient for you.
Give her some time to look through her notes then.
That's great.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 1:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. With that, I'll rise for the jury, please.
Great catch. And did you say?
1:30. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Dr. Moore, you can sit back. All right, court will be in recess. Thank you.
So I'm just.
Yeah, lost one. Turn into something.
Court call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Just briefly, and I don't know if it's me having a senior moment or not, but did the court actually qualify Dr. Moore as an expert, or did you just jump right into the instruction? Because
No, I thought I said the witness will be so qualified, and then I read the instruction.
Okay. As long as we're all on the same page, I just,
If we didn't.
I can have a court reporter check if you would like, but I'm pretty sure that that's what I did. And you had offered her as an expert in the field of general psychiatry and forensic psychiatry.
it's correct.
So let's check the record.
I'm just can't factors use early on.
You know OCD maybe? Well, I accept that diagnosis. Please tell my wife.
They call it twin judge. Gremlins are out.
Offered it. Guys had that. Then court came back on and said, got to hear his evidence or just. With that. She said those were.
I apparently, based on the record, I did not. Now that she read that, I remember that there was an objection, and it had to do primarily not with her qualifications, but with the scope of her testimony regarding giving an opinion on potentially an ultimate issue to be decided by the jury without going into the bench conference. And so I can just leave it as is. I can tell the jury that she is qualified as an expert in the fields of general psychiatry and general psychology and forensic psychology.
I would prefer that you did that just so the jury hears it, and perhaps you can just say or remind you you've been qualified or
I'll
something.
just tell them that it was, that we had the bench conference, and I should have said that, and I didn't, and we'll go from there.
Appreciate it, Judge. Thanks.
Okay.
I'll take
Go ahead and bring the jury
back.
I take your diagnosis back.
It's okay if Dr. Moore resumes the stand.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Dr. Moore, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started this afternoon, I wanted to go back through something that I should have done this morning. It was not clear from the record whether I did. We checked the record, and what happened was that the prosecution offered Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of general psychology and forensic psychology. And then we had a discussion here at the bench, and I read you an instruction. I did not specifically state that she is qualified to render opinions in those expert fields. She is qualified to render those opinions in those expert fields. I should have said that explicitly before I gave the instruction. My error and my oversight. So with that, prosecution?
Thanks, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Dr. Moore. Before the lunch recess, we were talking about your meeting with Ms. Stauch on March 5th, 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to go back to that meeting. Do you remember about how long you met with her that day?
I do not recall exactly the time.
Was it an hour, 2 hours? I don't know.
Most likely it would have been about 30 or 45 minutes.
Okay. During this conversation, did you talk to her about any concerns that she might have with her ability to cope with being incarcerated at the jail?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
I believe that she was a bit tearful, but generally okay.
And we talked a little bit about her demeanor this morning, but during your entire time with her on March 5th, did her demeanor seem to stay the same?
Yes.
Did she mention to you whether or not she did this crime when you asked her that?
I'm going to refer to my notes very quickly, but from what I remember, she said, first, I did not do this.
Okay. And did she elaborate on that?
I believe she did. Let me just double check. She said, I feel like an animal in a cage and I am innocent.
Okay.
And she also said, I don't belong in a place like this.
Did she go on to tell you about her anxiety and her symptoms due to her anxiety?
Yeah, she described having some bad chest pains and inability to breathe and panic attacks. She reported panicking and thinking about people dying and other random thoughts.
Did she talk to you about whether or not she was able to manage her anxiety in her everyday life?
She did.
What did she say?
She reported that she typically stays busy and works out and eats healthy food, more fruit as opposed to carbohydrates, just to stay healthy and manage her anxiety that way.
Did you ask her about her educational background?
Yes.
What did she say about her educational background?
She had a master's degree in education with a specialty in special education and had a PhD in education from Liberty University.
And did the conversation you were having with her on March 5th, did that give you an indication that she was educated and she was able to respond to your questions appropriately and have a normal conversation?
Yes.
Did you ask her any questions about her family and social support?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She talked about her daughter and her aunt as her primary social supports. She did note that she had not talked to her husband in a bit of time as well.
Did she tell you why she hadn't talked to her husband?
She said that he believed that she was guilty.
And did that create anxiety for her, or did she tell you?
I don't believe she told me that, and I don't know that it did.
Okay. And did she tell you how long she was married?
6 years.
Did she tell you how her marriage was going prior to her incarceration?
I believe that when she was talking to me, she said that she they were having some issues. I believe she didn't want to just kind of be a stay-at-home mom and stepmom. I think she wanted to more so use her education, and reported some emotional abuse in that relationship.
Did she talk to you about an incident that occurred as she's being transported to Colorado Springs from South Carolina?
Yes.
What did she tell you about?
She reported that while she was on her way here, she was sleep deprived due to being in the car for about 19 hours. And she said, I didn't know I was sleepwalking and hadn't been eating. I thought someone was coming for me, so I took the monster can and threw it.
And did you have any independent information with regards to that incident?
Yes.
What independent information did you have?
During her transport, the information that was shared with me was that she was trying to harm herself with her handcuffs.
Okay. And who shared that information with you?
One of our inmate classification specialists, Deanna Bowman.
And is that because you're trying to figure out if she might be a harm to herself or others? Are you getting information from as much people as you can?
Yes.
Did you talk to her about any history of victimization?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
She had reported some physical and emotional abuse within dating relationships. Again, the emotional abuse within her marriage.
Did she tell you whether or not she was ever told if she was a good stepmom or not?
She reported that she was told that she was never a good stepmom.
And did she tell you who told her that?
Her husband.
What else did she tell you about her home life with regards to being a victimized or being a victim?
She was told to just provide love and attention to the children because her husband made a lot of money. And again, she said she did not want to just throw away her doctorate.
Okay. And do you have your notes up there in front of you?
Yes.
Obviously, this has been over 3 years ago. Is that helping you refresh exactly what she told you and what you put in your notes shortly after this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her about her strengths or perhaps her weaknesses?
Yes.
And what did she say about her strengths?
She reported being smart, helping others, and being good at sports.
Did she talk about any concussions that she may have had?
Yes.
What did she say about the concussions?
She received a couple concussions while playing softball.
Did she say whether or not these were serious concussions or minor concussions?
They were minor. Typically, if there's a concussion, we'll ask if there's any sort of history of traumatic brain injury, and none was reported. I asked her if there was any change in behavior or functioning afterward, and she said no.
What are some of the things you might see if someone you're evaluating may have a brain injury?
They could recall forgetting certain words. They might have some lapses in memory, have difficulty completing everyday tasks. So they might not be able to just function as easily. It might take more effort.
Would that be something that would be apparent to you as an expert in psychology? If someone did have a brain injury, for instance, myself, if we're talking, would you notice some kind of signs, perhaps slowness in speech, that kind of thing?
Typically a slurred or slowness in speech, typically getting mad at yourself when you can't recall information that you want to. It's kind of that tip of the tongue phenomenon where the words are right there, but you can't get it out. Those are some things that you would see.
And did you examine her head or look for any injuries to her head?
Typically, when I'm meeting with somebody, I'll look over their entire body, but there was no observable injuries that I noted.
Okay. Did you ask her about any attempts to harm herself in the past?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
cannot recall off the top of my head. I believe that she initially denied that in this encounter.
Do you remember telling you something about trying to harm herself with handcuffs as she's being transported?
I don't believe she would have been the one that said that. I think that was reported that she was trying to do that, but she did not report that to me.
Okay, and that's my fault. It says per inmate classification.
Yes,
So you're getting that from another deputy.
yes.
All right, I apologize for that. Did you observe her wrist and see any injuries to her wrist?
I do not recall.
If your notes say that there were no observable markings, would that be accurate?
Yes.
With regards to, on March 5th, 2020, I don't have page numbers for your notes, so I apologize, but it says 2:51 p.m.
What time?
It's 2:51 p.m. It says patient answered and had linear train of thought. What do you mean when you say that?
A linear train of thought is when somebody's speaking and there's not any gaps in their speech. It was just very kind of straight along a consistent path. So there wasn't any oddities that I noted in her speech or thought.
Okay. And in that same note, you indicate she did not appear to be responding to internal stimuli. No auditory or visual hallucinations were observed.
Correct.
Do you recall making that note?
Yes.
And why do you make that note on March 5th, 2020?
Again, when looking at an overall clinical evaluation, you are going to assess for everything: anxiety, depression, psychotic thought processes. So typically the most common observable signs in a psychotic disorder would be responding to internal stimuli. So there might be a voice in someone's head talking. They might be, again, looking around the room, talking to somebody who is not in the same room. And so I will note that if I do not observe any of those concerns.
Do you also ask her questions like, does she understand what she's being charged with, where she's at, that type of thing?
Yes, so we'll go over, we call it orientation or a brief mental status exam. And so we'll look at somebody's orientation to person, meaning themselves, place, so where they're currently at, time, if they, in general, they know the current date, month, year. So we will assess for all of that orientation, and then again, kind of why somebody was here. So I would always ask somebody, do you know why you're in the jail? And they would respond.
And how did she respond to those questions?
She was oriented to person, place, time, and situation, and there was no concerns noted with her mental status at that time.
Did you note that she was aware of her charges, where she was and who she was? She was oriented to time.
Yes.
And again, why do you make that note in this particular record?
In general, it's just to ensure that somebody is oriented, because if somebody's not, that could be due to a variety of psychiatric illnesses. So we note that to, again, just state somebody's doing fine. There's no concerns noted at that time.
Now, after your March 5th, 2020 interview evaluation with the defendant, what was the game plan? What were you going to do next with her? Did you set up other times to meet with her, or just explain that to the jury?
So typically and as I had mentioned earlier, we had placed her on suicide watch just due to the nature of her crime being a first incarceration. So when somebody's on suicide watch, we see them every day until they come off of suicide watch, and we place them on what's called transition status. So that means that they still have some limited property. There's specialized housing for that. And then we'll do a 24-hour follow-up after somebody comes off suicide watch, a 5-day and a 7-day follow-up. So about kind of a 2-week time frame we'll follow up. So that was the initial plan to maintain her on suicide watch at that moment, as well as refer her to the psychiatrist for the medications. As she had mentioned, she had been taking medication prior to coming to the jail. And then I also placed her on special needs monitoring. And what that is a recurring 30-day follow-up with somebody while they're in custody. And again, I did that just due to the high profile nature. I wanted to make sure that we were providing her adequate follow-up on a relatively frequent basis.
And do you know whether or not the jail would monitor her, especially in the beginning, March 5th, 2020, every few minutes to make sure she's doing okay?
They do. When people are in restrictive housing or in the medical ward, and initially she was placed in the medical ward due to the high profile status, some concerns for her safety. So anybody in restrictive housing is assessed by the deputies on the ward every 15 minutes.
And so if something unusual happened during this 15-minute watch period, would you learn about it and do some follow-up with it?
Yes.
Did anything unusual happen in the beginning of Ms. Stauch's incarceration at the jail?
Not specifically that day, but there was, within the month of March, there was a couple times that I had been asked to do some follow-up meetings with her.
And we'll get to those once we get to your notes. I do kind of want to jump ahead a little bit. At some point, did you learn that Ms. Stauch was raising competency issues in court?
Yes, I believe that was around the beginning of June.
June 5th, 2020? Sometime after that period, did Ms. Stauch raise a concern that she might have multiple personalities?
Yes.
I know that's not the term that we use in the DSM-5, but on your March 5th, 2020 evaluation, did you see any signs of dissociative identity disorder with Ms. Stauch?
No.
And what might you expect to see if she did have that disorder on March 5th, 2020?
I would expect to see somebody that was losing gaps of time. Somebody who would be reporting some concerns like, I don't remember certain historical information, so significant life events like a marriage or a death. Somebody would also be losing gaps of everyday events. So somebody with that disorder might go, let's say, shopping, and they would come back, and if they came back to their main personality at that time or personality state, they would have no idea why they bought things. They typically forget things like how to do their job, use a computer, how to drive. So I would expect somebody in a jail setting to be reporting loss of time and not being able to recall what occurred during those periods of time.
And did you see anything of that, like that, or of that nature on March 5th, 2020?
No.
Did she ever change her voice patterns?
No.
Ever talk in a Hispanic voice?
No.
Ever change her name?
No.
Did you see any signs whatsoever that she wasn't the same person you were talking to at any point during that interview?
No.
At any point with your contact with her, did you see any of that?
No.
We're going to come back and talk about that as we progress through your contacts with her, okay?
Yes.
I next want to jump to March 9th, 2020. Did you have some contact with Ms. Stauch then?
Yes.
And I wish there was a way to tell you what page number we're on, but there just isn't. This is March 9th at 2:16 p.m. Do you remember talking to her about her mental condition on that day?
I do. Just give me a moment to get there. Okay, I'm there.
And so what did she have to say about how she was doing mentally on March 9th, 2020?
She was a bit irritable due to still remaining on suicide precautions.
Did she, I get, during your entire contacts with Ms. Stauch, did she tend to ramble a little bit and talk?
Yes, sometimes she would just say things that I didn't ask about. And again, in a jail setting, it's as a therapist or psychologist, want to provide a lot of care, but also want to limit what is asked about based on not trying to become involved in her charges. So sometimes we'll ask about things, but again, trying to limit what is specifically asked. But there were times that she would kind of blurt out information that was more case related.
And did she do that on March 9th, 2020? It might be easier if I just show you the
Yes.
note I'm looking at, if I can approach.
It's fine. Yes.
Okay. So,
Can I, since there's no
Yeah,
page
absolutely.
numbers,
Yeah.
can I look so I know what you're reading from?
got it?
I don't.
Yeah. So on March 9th, what did she tell you about whether or not she had control of her brain? Do you see that in your notes anywhere?
Yes, she said I have control of my brain, and she wanted to be an advocate for herself.
And where did that come from? Did you ask that question, or is she just volunteering that to you?
Just volunteered it.
And you see in your notes a little lower there where it says, she said, mentally, I'm fine.
Yes, she said, mentally, I'm fine. I am not guilty. The truth will come out.
And so where did that come from? Were you asking about the case, or is she just volunteering information?
Just volunteering information.
Did you actually tell her about her charges and whether or not she should talk about them?
I did encourage her not to talk about her charges with anybody at the jail, whether that be deputies, other inmates, mental health staff, and instead that she should just be talking to her attorneys about her charges.
And just for the jury's benefit, normally these notes would never become part of the case unless mental illness becomes an issue in the case and mainly an insanity plea or something like that. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
So normally your notes would not come to the prosecution. You would not be testifying in a murder trial unless there's some relevancy to it. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And you probably never testified in front of a jury before, right?
a couple times, but
Okay.
not very often.
These guys are nice guys. Look at them. See a good group that is over there, isn't it? All right. So what did you do when she told you all this? Did anything change with her situation or how often you would meet with her?
I discontinued what we call a red sheet and began a yellow sheet. So a red sheet is, they're both forms of suicide watch, but a red sheet, they just have limited property. So not even a book or a cup in their cell. They'll be able to be given water, but they can't use those things because they could hurt themselves or cover up windows with them. So a yellow sheet, they just get a little bit more freedom. So book, cup, potentially a pencil, things like that they can have.
And I guess, I think I understand what you're saying. If he's progressing, if there's such a term as normally through the jail setting,
Yes,
now that she's been there a few days, and
yes,
so you're lowering the level of suicide watch, for lack of a better term?
yes.
Okay. And is that based on what she's telling you?
Partially that, as well as not evidencing any self-harm or suicidal ideation. So she's not saying, I want to hurt myself or kill myself. She's not reporting hopelessness. So generally just seems to be a bit safe.
So up until now, is she progressing just like, again, I don't know if normal is the right word to use, but a normal person who's been charged with first degree murder, you get booked into the jail, the suicide watch is going to be high until there's a reason to lower it. Is that fair?
Yes,
Is that what's going on with Ms. Stauch at this time?
yes.
Okay. I'm going to jump to March 12th now. And let me just ask you if you remember her telling you anything about having a photographic memory.
She did.
What was that all about? Do you remember?
Again, just something that she reported without asking about it. She said she has a photographical memory and is acutely aware of all of the things that she sees and hears.
Is that consistent so far of what she's been talking to you about up until this date?
Yes,
March 13th, you had another visit with her. Do you recall that one?
yes,
And do you recall having a note about thought content with regards to Ms. Stauch on that date? You see that one?
thought content was appropriate, no significant mental health symptoms noted. She did not appear anxious at this time. She denied suicidal and homicidal ideation, and no psychotic functioning was noted.
So up until this point, we have no psychotic or psychosis visible to you. Really no mental illness other than her general anxiety that she's talked to you about?
Correct.
And certainly no dissociated identity disorder up till this point?
Interject to leading.
Sustained. You can rephrase.
Did you see any signs of mental illness up until this point?
No.
If you would you have noted that?
Yes.
And would you begin treatment for that mental illness?
Yes.
So March 15th, you have another visit with her. Actually, that's Nicole Reed. Do you know who Nicole Reed is?
She was one of our nurses. She did history and physical assessments. So typically about 2 weeks after people are booked into the jail, they will have another medical assessment just to make sure still everything's okay. There's no other medical or mental health concerns noted.
And so would you rely on her notes that she puts into the system in your evaluation of Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
What does she say happens on March 15th regarding a chronic mental health problem with Ms. Stauch?
I will have to refresh my memory on that.
And I can, if you don't have those notes, I can approach with them. It's March 15th at 8:52 a.m.
Sure. She said regarding a chronic mental health problem, patient has a history of mental health concerns. However, when asking patient today, she denies any mental health issues or concerns at this time.
And is that consistent with what you have seen up until this point?
Yes.
Now I want to jump to March 16th, where you actually meet with Ms. Stauch again. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell us about what you found with regards to what her mental condition was on that day.
I noted that everything was appropriate. So her mood was appropriate. Her thought was coherent. She had no suicidal, homicidal ideations, no auditory or visual hallucinations. She was oriented to person, place, time, and situation, had an intact memory, fair judgment, good insight.
Any evidence of mental illness up until this point?
No.
Let's jump to March 20th of 2020. Do you recall seeing her on that day?
Yes.
And I see a note on that day at 6:27 p.m. It says reason for referral, subject findings. Do you see that?
Yes.
Tell us about that. Why did you put that note in there, and what is that note about?
So the deputies had asked me to follow up with her because that was the day that we were informed that Gannon's body was found in Florida. And so they wanted me to check in with her because that is a significant event in anybody's life. And so they wanted me to check in and follow up with her.
Were you, as far as you know, the first person to tell her that Gannon's body was discovered?
I believe so.
And how did she respond when you told her?
She was a bit tearful, a little bit overwhelmed at that time.
What did she say?
She had noted that she did not have anyone to talk to in the jail. She had wanted to call her mother. And she was talking also about losing some time out of her cell previously that week. So she essentially was asking to call her mom.
Did you tell her that you were there for her if she wanted to talk and provide mental health counseling?
Yes. So
Go ahead.
again, in this situation, given the charges that she was booked into the jail for, I didn't want to talk to her about the charges, but her being a stepmother and losing a child, I wanted to assess her for grief and see if she was okay in that situation. So I did try to explain to her, I don't want to talk about the charges related to that. Just make sure you're okay, as a grieving stepmom.
Did you tell her where Gannon's body was found?
No.
If you can refer to your note, did she tell you where Gannon's body was found?
She said that she was never in Florida and said that that's where his body was found.
So I'm sorry, but just so I'm clear, did you tell her that Gannon's body was found? Did she respond, Gannon's body was found in Florida? Or how
Yes.
did that go?
So I would have gone up to her and just let her know that his body, that obviously that he had passed, because previous to that he was alleged to be missing. So now that he was confirmed to have not been alive, I don't believe that I said that he was in Florida.
And did she tell you whether or not she had even ever been to Florida?
Yes, she said that she was never in Florida.
Did her demeanor change during this conversation?
She was speaking a bit softer than my prior contacts with her.
Would this be evidence of a mental illness, or would this be evidence of a normal reaction of all of what you just told me?
It would be more evident of a normal but kind of limited reaction to hearing that information.
Okay. Did you have further conversations with her about her emotional status after you told her about Gannon's death?
I believe that I reviewed kind of some of the generic stages of grief and loss, what emotions might come up from being informed of the loss of a child, and that she could reach out if she had any further concerns about it.
And again, up until this point, any evidence whatsoever that she had dissociative identity disorder?
No.
I want to jump ahead to April 20th. Did you meet with her on April 20th?
Yes.
And tell us about that. Was this, how often are you meeting her at this point, and why?
So at this point in time, and I apologize, I forgot to mention earlier, also when people are in restrictive housing or segregated housing, we do weekly follow-ups as well. So every week that they're in restrictive housing, we do a weekly follow-up. So that was the intent of this contact.
Okay. Tell us about that contact. Do you have that there?
Yes. Looks like she, again, had a normal reported mental status. Everything was reality-based. She was engaging and cooperative. I did have to speak with her through the door because there was only one deputy on the ward at that time. She reported having some body jerks and that she had been hitting her foot at night, and elbow on the wall. She had reported some nightmares, reported having some bruising on her ankles, and then unpromptedly talked about the transport back to Colorado again.
And is this the one you talked about earlier?
Yes.
What did she say this time happened on her way back from South Carolina to Colorado Springs?
She attributed to her behavior to a lack of sleep. She also she said that being in the medical ward was not healthy for her due to poor sleep. She then said she talked about the female deputy was holding her gun in the wrong place. She told the deputy that a few times, and she threw the monster can at her as she believed she was being attacked.
Did she say why she brings this up to you, or what prompted this discussion?
I believe it was prompted due to her initially saying that the transport-related behavior was due to poor sleep, and we were talking about sleep at that time.
Did that incident impact her status in the jail? In other words, her security status based on what happened on the transport back from South Carolina?
Yes.
Did she seem to want to, well, was she trying to lessen that restrictive status based on that?
Yes. Again, being in the medical ward is not, it can get a bit loud there, so most people don't want to stay down there, and the lights do have to stay on all night, and so it is consistent with somebody having some poor sleep, because our circadian rhythms or sleep-wake cycles, we tend to prefer to sleep when it's dark and stay awake when it's light. So she wanted to be moved out of the medical ward, and she had also mentioned that she felt she was continuing to be kept in the medical ward because that we'll think that she's crazy and make her take medication.
Was she taking any medication other than what she had for the general anxiety?
No.
Did she ask you to do something about getting her out of the medical ward?
I believe so. I think she had wanted me to talk to the deputies about it.
Do you have any control over that?
I don't. In the jail, we do weekly meetings to assess everybody in restrictive housing. So, and again, anybody who might be more high profile. So we do talk about those individuals every week. But due to the safety and potential concerns for escape and her safety and things like that, it was determined for her to remain in restrictive housing and in the medical ward. Again, safety and security will trump most things in the jail setting. So although I might make an opinion, I'm not ultimately the one that gets to make that final say.
Okay. Did this continue on up until the point she was transferred out of the medical ward?
Yes.
Was it pretty consistent on April 28th? Did she bring it up again and complain about the light being on, that type of thing?
Yes.
I want to jump ahead to May 12th now. And this is a note that you have with regards to May 12th at 5:46 p.m. It's just below the one that says report evidence of suicidal thoughts, where you say no.
Yes.
Was there a point in time where she said, I can't talk to you anymore?
Yes.
What was that about?
I believe that her attorneys had recommended that she not speak to the mental health staff in the jail. She specifically said to me, I still can't talk to you because you can be subpoenaed.
And what happened to your treatment of the defendant after she said she didn't want to talk to you anymore?
Typically, we're going to respect their wishes. We're going to always offer. So anytime we have a scheduled contact, we will still offer to talk to her. And if she wants to decline, or any patient or inmate in the jail wants to decline, they absolutely have that right, and we'll respect that.
And did she tell you who was telling her not to talk to you?
I don't know that she said it specifically, but it was my understanding that it was due to her contacts with her attorney.
Now I want to jump forward to June 5th of 2020. Earlier, we talked about whether or not at some point she was raising her competency report. Is that when this occurs on June 5th, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have contact with her on June 5th, 2020?
Yes.
What was the reason for that contact, and tell the jury about it?
So that contact was the mental health special needs progress notes. So as I had told you, we have them scheduled every 30 days for that routine follow-up. So that was the reason that I had went to talk to her that day. I talked to her for about 30 minutes. That day, she said that she had been unintentionally hitting her head, but denied any suicidal ideation at that time. She said she tried to walk through the door because she thought she was at home. She reported seeing pictures of her daughter and thinking about and missing her dogs. She said that her contact with Harley had decreased a little bit, and she was upset about not being able to be there for her daughter. She said that being in the jail and experiencing loss was just exacerbating her traumatic stress.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Does she go into details about this traumatic stress that she's talking about?
Yes.
What does she say?
She reported being molested at age 14, the loss of her husband, the loss of her son, loss of her licensure, loss of freedom, and loss of another family member.
Now, is this the first time during your entire contact with her at the jail that she brings up about being molested?
Yes.
How did that come about? When she talks about traumatic stress, is this a question that you're asking her, or is this something that she, again, is just rambling about and telling you things?
That's what she had reported to me. Yes.
So that wasn't in response to any questions from you. That was just something she felt you needed to know?
Yes. I typically, when I go up to talk to somebody, I say, hi, Mr. or Miss So-and-so, how are you today? And then sometimes they just report a lot. And then I'll go into the other questions related to my notes after that.
And so at this point, June 5th, 2020, was she still in the medical ward?
I believe so.
If your notes indicate that she requested to go back to the medical ward.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Would that refresh your recollection as to where she's at now?
She would have been in Alpha 2, which is our female restrictive housing ward.
Okay. Is that like a general population, or what is that?
No, it's segregated housing. So typically, we'll have people that have severe and persistent mental illness that are self-harming in that ward, people that are trying to hurt other people in that ward, and then other people who are in there for disciplinary segregation reasons. So they're individuals who really can't come out with other people, and they typically come out individually 1 hour at a time.
And so back in the earlier dates, April, May, she wanted to get out of the medical ward.
Yes.
She's out now, and then on June 5th, the same day she raises competency, she wants to go back to the medical ward.
Yes.
And what happened as a result of her request?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I don't know if we moved her back or not.
Do you remember her talking to you about her going to the state hospital or Colorado Mental Health Institute of Pueblo for the competency evaluation?
Not, well, during this contact, we talked about her going for a competency evaluation, but she had not yet gone, to my knowledge.
Did she have any anxiety with regards to going to the Colorado Mental Health Institute?
I think she had general anxieties. I don't know if it was specific about going there for the evaluation, but she wasn't, I know she did say she was asking if she should start taking medications now or wait till she goes to the state hospital to get prescribed medication there.
Do you recall do you recall her talking to you about Gannon during this meeting?
She had reported that it was, I believe she had said something to the effect of it being kind of too hard to handle all the stressors at one time.
And did she get into the events surrounding Gannon's death during this June 5th, 2020 meeting?
Yes,
Did she talk about a hiking trip?
yes.
What'd she say about a hiking trip?
She said she always used to take a handgun with her hiking, but did not that day. She said, I can't cope with it. It's one trauma situation too many, and it was the wrong place at the wrong time. She said she replays that week of her life over and over. She also noted she replays why she did not ask for more help or provide more information to the police. And she's now trying to begin really processing it, meaning the law, meaning Gannon.
Okay.
She said, I need to be able to talk to someone more than a social worker. She said, I was creating stories that aren't true and don't remember conversations. She then said, I need more help. She also said, I can't leave January. And then she brought up Andrew Womack and his son dying in Colorado and coming back to life 8 hours later. She said, regarding Gannon, I know that's not physically possible, but I want to fix things. I pray his same prayers and wrote him a letter. Then she said she regretted taking the back road off 25. That's Highway 25. She then said, I can't relive every situation, every day, and every hour.
Okay. Now, how did this come about? I mean, what did you say to spark her to talk about Gannon's death?
We probably were talking just about the stress because, again, when I talk to somebody and ask them how they're doing, they just kind of report this. And earlier in her verbalization, she was talking about traumatic stress. So I don't typically ask questions that would have prompted that answer. So that would have just been her volunteering that information.
Now, is this the first time in your contacts with her that she brings up things like traumatic stress and, I guess, stressors in her life?
Yes.
Anything about that conversation lead to you believe that she had a serious mental illness based on what she's telling you on June 5th?
No, instead I noted that she had reported trying to keep kind of a poker face. She was trying to deal with her problems, but also help some of the other females out. So she was giving them scriptures. I do believe at that time she was had either scriptures or a Bible or something that she was using to help cope with her stressors while in the jail as well.
And did she eventually get transported to the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo for that competency evaluation?
I believe that was in sometime in July, early August, she came back to the jail.
Now, did you meet with her again on July 14th, 2020?
Yes, I believe so. I just want to get there. Yep. Yes.
Do you recall her talking to you about her diet needs and whether or not the jail was providing appropriate diet for her?
Yes. Prior to this interaction, she had reported, I think pretty soon after she came into the jail, she had been reporting losing weight, had reported some things like having a celiac diet, which I believe in the notes, we did some testing and she did not have a confirmatory lab results that supported that, but I do believe that we were trying to accommodate some diet preferences that she had. She reported specifically on July 14th that she was going to be, so she said, I'm going to be so rich after this. And she had referred to a civil suit for not having her medical needs taken care of.
Now, is the jail food not too good there?
I don't believe it is. I have not eaten it myself, but
Things like that?
yeah.
Is that common for inmates to want to get on a different diet, such as a kosher diet and things like that?
All the time.
Is that what's going on here? Is she's demanding better food, basically?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Well, what exactly did she tell you with regards to why she's going to get rich?
For having a civil suit, for not having her medical needs taken care of.
You recall seeing her again on August 21st, 2020 at 3:52 p.m.
Yes.
And do you recall an incident where you either learned or saw that she was in her bed with a blanket over her head?
And I'm sorry, can you repeat that date?
Sure. It's August 21st, 2020 at 3:52 p.m.
Yes. I'm sorry. Okay, I found it.
Did you, it's hard to tell from your note. Did you see that or did someone tell you she was on her bed with a blanket over her head?
So what I wrote is that MHG, meaning mental health director, so that's how I referred to myself, attempted to see a patient for weekly RH rounds, which is restrictive housing rounds, at approximately 14-20 hours. Patient had a blanket on her head and was sitting on her bunk. She looked up and said, "I don't want to talk." And then myself and the ward deputy signed the refusal form indicating that she didn't want to talk that day.
And as part of your role as the mental health director, are you giving what are called kites from inmates of people that you're seeing, inmates that you're treating?
So the kite system is a little bit more complicated, well, maybe more simplistic than that. There's a blue kiosk on every ward in the facility. Any inmate can type it. We call it a kite, but it's just a little email that gets sent to a generic box. So they can click options to talk to inmate class, security. They can talk to an inmate, just to explain, inmate classification is the people who address their housing needs. So if they want housing considerations, they'll send a kite to inmate classification. They could send one to medical, they could send one to mental health, programs, religion. So there's a variety of kites that can be sent. And so she did have access to the kite system at any time that she was out of her cell and could use that.
If there was an unusual, again, lack for a better term, an unusual kite that Ms. Stauch filled out, would it get delivered to you so that you can address it?
Not specifically. It would be something that any of the mental health clinicians would be answering. We do typically try to answer them within a 24-hour time frame, so any clinician who saw it could have answered it.
Did you see a kite that was written by Ms. Stauch on, looks like August 20th? It's just below the note that we just addressed.
Yes.
What was that kite about?
I don't know really how to describe what it was about. Would you mind if I read it?
Yeah, let's just,
Okay.
what does it say? What did she write?
It says, "You let them duct tape me and cover the alarm sensors because they came for me in West Palm Beach, then came back and covered alarm with socks. I saw the car on Carriage Meadows, so we both left. Gun jammed, got shot. they thought I was crazy because I watched Good Girls, but he really had tattoos. You didn't help. And then she sent another kite that said, being held hostage with camera, people everywhere, and no one helps. And they took my water from my dog.
And what was the response to those kites? Do you recall?
They were answered simply with the words kite received. That was what was sent back to her because there wasn't a specific request in there. And then Caitlin, who was the one who answered that kite, also noted, so this wouldn't have been sent back to her, but would have been in the note, is these kites from patient are not consistent with prior presentation or language.
And was it consistent with your prior contacts with Ms. Stout up until this point?
That was not consistent.
And has she already returned now from the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo for her competency evaluation back in the jail?
Yes.
I want to now turn to August 28th. Did you attempt to see Ms. Stout on that date?
Yes.
And were you able to see her?
She refused to be seen by me that day.
What about September 11th of 2020? Did you have an opportunity to talk to Ms. Stout then?
You said the 11th?
Yeah, and I apologize. That was who is Holly Werstein?
She was our psychiatric nurse practitioner, psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. So she prescribed psychotropic medication to the inmates in the jail, in addition to our psychiatrist.
Based on her note in here, did you review that note back in September 2020?
Yes.
And is that a note in reference to her mental condition as she got back from the state hospital in Pueblo?
Yes.
What was that note about and what did you do?
So when people come back from the Colorado Mental Health Institute after a competency evaluation, we do get some records, which would include different medications they might have been placed on there, as well as diagnoses that might have differed from the ones that we initially had. So when individuals come back, we're going to look at those diagnoses, typically prescribe them the medication because that medication is related to them now being alleged to have been competent, although they haven't had their court proceeding to confirm whether they're competent or not yet. And so I would have reviewed the records, as would have Holly, for the diagnosis as well as the medications. And Holly determined that the diagnosis that was given to Ms. Stauch, which was a bipolar disorder, was actually not consistent with her presentation. So specific to that, a bipolar disorder, in order to meet criteria for that diagnosis, you have to have previously had at least one depressive episode, which is a 2-week period of time where they meet criteria for a major depressive episode. So lots of depression. They might sleep too much or too little. They might eat too much or too little. Some things along those lines. And then you also have to have met criteria for a manic episode, which is typically 4 or more days where they are typically don't need sleep. They're feeling very joyous. They tend to become pretty irresponsible during that time. So maybe it's going on spending sprees or going out and partying a lot, things like that. So you have to have the 2-week depressive episode as well as a 4-day or more manic episode in order to meet that criteria, based on the time frame from March until at least July, when she went for the competency evaluation. We had not seen or observed any of those sort of episodes. So that's why Holly determined that that was not a consistent diagnosis with her presentation at that time.
And do you know whether or not anyone at the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo diagnosed the defendant with bipolar disorder?
I do not know off the top of my head. Typically, we'll get a pretty basic summary. So we'll get a diagnosis. It doesn't necessarily always say who it's from, as well as medications, but we don't get the full competency evaluation, and we don't always get detailed psychiatric notes from that facility.
Up until this point, had you seen any signs or evidence that Ms. Stauch had bipolar disorder back on September 11th, 2020?
No.
What did you do as a result of that? Did anything change, I guess, is a better thing to say.
No.
Did she receive any additional medication based on that?
As I had said previously, anytime somebody comes back from the state hospital, we do continue those medications just because it's what they had wanted them on. And again, related to the legal proceedings of a competency evaluation, we do want to keep them on those medications. So she, I believe, had been prescribed Minipress, which is also called Prazosin, and that typically helps with nightmares during sleep. Hydroxyzine, it looks like it was increased. And again, that was a medication related to anxiety. And I don't see any other medications that would have been added off the top of my head.
And do you recall meeting with Ms. Stauch on September 11th at 4:24 p.m. after you read this note from, is it Ms. Werstein? That's Werstein.
Yes.
Tell us about that meeting.
It looks like I was assessing her for weekly rounds. So again, the weekly segregation housing rounds. I noted that she had about 40% medication compliance, so was not taking her meds.
And how do you know that?
We have a electronic MAR, so the medication administration record, and so that shows what doses were offered, if they accepted or refused medication.
Please continue. What else did she have to tell you on that September 11th at 4:24 p.m.?
She said that the Mental Health Institute at Pueblo was going to prescribe her Boost Bar, which is also an anxiety medication. And she refused it. And she said her anxiety was getting bad and worse day by day. And then she stated that she's going to start becoming impulsive, have a different personality, and act way out of character, manic, and pull her hair out.
What was that all about? Did you ask her that question, or did she just volunteer that information?
That, again, was volunteered information.
And is that the first time that she's ever mentioned anything to you with regards to having a different personality?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did that trigger anything on your behalf to evaluate her for dissociative identity disorder?
No. That to me made me concerned, but it made me concerned because up until that time, for the majority of her contacts, except if it was a weekend and might have not been at the jail, I was pretty much the only one seeing her. And so my concern at that time was if this information does go to court and I'm the only person assessing her, that would be a kind of a one person's word against another. So at that time, I started trying to have some other mental health clinicians also have contact with her. So it was not just my subjective, but other people's subjective observations of her behavior at that time. And again, as I had talked about in clinical and forensic settings, somebody reporting having or someone saying, okay, I'm going to start acting out, I'm going to be impulsive and have other personalities, then my worry becomes more about, are they going to start faking mental health symptoms? Yeah, essentially if they're just going to start faking things. So at that time, my thought would have been, okay, well, now we might see an increase in behaviors that are going to be attempts to act out that aren't consistent with her prior presentations.
If someone truly suffered from dissociative identity disorder, would they make a statement like that? Hey, I'm going to start changing personalities.
No.
Even know to make a statement like that?
No, in dissociative identity disorder, there's not a control of kind of when the alter ego or altered personality state comes out. It happens, it doesn't happen specific with a traumatic event. It's just kind of an everyday occurrence where, again, there's those lapses of memory. And sometimes in situations where, so let me back up. Dissociations happen across a variety of mental health diagnoses. So you'll see dissociation in somebody with schizophrenia. You'll see dissociation in something like borderline personality disorder, where they might dissociate or kind of have an out-of-body experience. They might be viewing their life as if they were watching a movie, or seeing themselves, looking down on themselves, engaging that behavior. That dissociation can happen in a variety of mental health diagnoses. Specific to, let's say, borderline personality disorder, that will be triggered by a stressor, so abuse or any perceived threat. That's kind of when that will come out. And specific to dissociative identity disorder, that there is not a control or specific instance when it comes out. It just happens. And so in that situation, when somebody's saying, I'm going to start having different personalities come out, my brain goes to, okay, they're going to start faking this and acting this out, as opposed to it being truly authentic and something that they don't have control over, which would be consistent then with a dissociative identity disorder.
Along the same lines, someone who suffers from bipolar disorder, are they going to be able to brag about being manic in the future?
No.
Would that fall under the same guidelines? That might be an indication that in the future I'm going to be faking it?
Yes.
And a week later, you met with her on September 17th at 3:41. What did you note about your contact with her then?
She reported that she sometimes feels okay and sometimes doesn't know how she's feeling. She defined the word okay as normal, functioning, and talking. She said sometimes not, because I talk to stuff. She said she has a hard time with reality in the morning, but then she's okay in the afternoon. She reported having a hard time focusing, so she wasn't reading her Bible anymore. And then she began talking about seeing demons in court on September 8th, and when she was on a hike and jumped off a cliff.
Okay.
She also reported sedatives were being aired through the vents and was not sleeping well at night.
Did you also meet with her again at 3:41 p.m.?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about her thought form at that point?
She wouldn't have specifically told me anything about that, but the thought form would have been my observations.
And what were your observations? I apologize.
It's okay. I noted she was coherent, goal-directed in her comments, was easily redirectable, and appeared to be attempting to feign or fake makeup, having visual hallucinations.
And why do you say that? What was she doing?
That would have been related to the allegation that she had reported about seeing demons in court. So I know she reported that, and I noted that I did not see any of those observations.
And did you reflect back to the week prior where she said she's going to start faking these things?
Yes.
Did you see other notes within, what are these notes called within the jail system?
Progress notes.
Progress notes with regards to her acting out or acting crazy.
Yes.
I'll refer to you to October 30th, 2020 at 5:54 PM.
Yes. So on October 30th, one of the mental health clinicians, Ed Keaveney, had written a progress note. And he had added in that the ward deputy who was observing her that day or working in the ward that day informed Ed that she stated she said she's going to act out because she wants to be listed as crazy.
Was this consistent again to what she told you back on September 11th, 2020?
Yes.
Now I want to jump forward to November 17th, 2020 at 2:18 PM. Did you have contact with Ms. Stauch then?
Yes.
And did she tell you about how she felt or what mental diseases or defect that she had on that day?
She reported that she's bipolar, has multiple personality disorder, and PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder.
And is this the first time she's ever come out and said, that's my diagnosis, this is my mental illness?
Yes.
And back on March 5th, 2020, with your first contact, did you say, wait a minute, I asked you that question on March 5th and you said nothing about it?
I don't believe I said that to her specifically, but that would have been a thought I would have had, that it was inconsistent with the prior contacts, and especially at the beginning of her stay with us.
And what did you note in your notes with regards to her self-diagnosis of multi-personality disorder, PTSD, and bipolar disorder?
I said she appeared to be at baseline psychiatrically, meaning I did not see any of that. I said there's no overt symptoms of bipolar disorder or PTSD present. And I said she has not presented with symptoms of DID or dissociative identity disorder during any contacts with this writer.
And did she tell you back on November 17th, 2020, how she came up with these mental illnesses?
She reported having her competency exam was going to be conducted on November 30th. And she indicated that she is aware and she is smart.
And did you learn that she actually had a second competency evaluation as well?
Yes.
Let's jump to January 5th, 2021 now. Did you have contact with Ms. Stauch on that day at 2:37 PM?
Yes, I did.
And with regards to questions that you're asking her, did you ask her about her, what is entitled thought form in your notes?
Yes.
What did she have to tell you with regards to that? Or what did you ask her and what was her response?
I don't recall specifically what the way I had formed the question, but she had said she had been, I had noted she was coherent, but she also reported that she was triggered by another patient who continues to bother her. She said that she loses it when she's re-triggered related to anything having to do with sexual assault or harassment. It sounds like the inmates another inmate was saying some inappropriate things, such as requesting that she show her breasts in order to stop being bothered. Then she reported spending 90 days in a psychiatric hospital in Canada in 2018.
Let me stop you there on that.
Sure.
Did you do any follow-up to see if there's any records with regards to that hospitalization in 2018 that she's claiming?
I do not recall if we did. I know we had at some point we had requested records from South Carolina. To my understanding is that she had signed a release of information, but I do not believe that we got any information after the fact about this hospitalization.
Did you have any information that Ms. Stauch was ever in Canada?
I don't.
If she was in fact hospitalized at an inpatient treatment for 90 days in Canada, would there be records to support that?
Yes.
Did you make any attempts to get any records from this so-called hospitalization?
I don't believe so.
And this is almost a year, well, 10 months, 11 months after she's been placed in custody.
Yes.
Did she also talk to you about her stepfather and what her stepfather may have done to her?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
That her stepfather and uncle had sexually assaulted her during her childhood.
And is this the first time she brings that up?
Yes.
Did that have to do with what she's telling you about this other inmate asking to see her breast or words to that effect?
Yes. So she said she only starts hallucinating when triggered by sexual harassment or assault.
What did she tell you about her intelligence level on that same day in the note just below the one we just read?
She opined that she was brilliant.
Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I don't believe so.
What else did she tell you after she said she felt that she was brilliant?
She said that she feels that she will start going crazy because she's going stir crazy in her cell.
Did you do anything or make any diagnosis based on what she's telling you now?
The diagnosis did not change based on that.
Did you do any further evaluation based on what she told you about her stepfather and uncle sexually assaulted?
No.
Did you see any signs of post-traumatic stress disorder based on what she was telling you?
No.
Why is that?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. She's telling you that she'd been sexually assaulted by her uncle and her stepfather.
Mm-hmm.
She hadn't said anything about this up until this point, January 21. Did you think that might have contributed to her having post-traumatic stress disorder?
I mean, any trauma could, any person who experiences a trauma could develop those symptoms. But again, when providing any sort of diagnosis, one of the final criteria you have to match or to make and confirm a diagnosis is a significant impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning, because in the jail setting, there wasn't any significant impact related to that. It's not necessary to follow through with that. Also, specific to sexual assault or significant trauma, we don't always want to start treatment related to that because we don't know when people are leaving the jail. And so sometimes opening up and having somebody relive these traumas is the jail setting is not the most appropriate place for that, because we do want that to be a very personal driven avenue in treatment. And so typically we won't start a full therapy mode related to trauma.
Now, did you have an opinion as to whether or not her claiming that she had these various mental disorders coincided with her court case? In other words, when she raised competency and eventually pled not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes. Again, looking at diagnoses, looking at not just the criteria in the DSM, and based on my history and training and conducting forensic evaluations, typically people will, when competency is raised or other things in court, or just in general, depending on how court goes, people do tend to then over-report or exaggerate or make up symptoms that are consistent with a diagnosis that might help maybe absolve them of the charges or have a different sentence or go to a different location for treatment instead of in lieu of incarceration. So what was observed was consistent with somebody who was acting out symptoms as opposed to it being a true diagnosis and symptoms.
And your role in your position at the jail was not to perform a sanity evaluation, I take it,
Correct.
or a competency evaluation?
Correct.
In order to do that, you'd want to look at everything, I would take it?
Yes.
And when I say everything, all the police reports, everything involved in the criminal case before you can make any judgment as to that?
Correct.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook?
Doctor, good afternoon. My name is Will Cook. I represent Ms. Stauch. I'm going to be asking you, I would say a few questions, but I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. I'm going to start with some questions near the end, and then I'm going to loop back to the beginning of your testimony. You said that Ms. Stauch or Letecia, only near the end, get this date. You said she only reported being molested one time to you?
That was my recollection. I believe when she first came into the jail during the receiving screening, she had reported that to the nurse doing her receiving screening intake, but I don't recall that being reported.
Okay, well, you just told Mr. Young that it was the only time that it had been reported, the molestation
To me.
to you.
You know, I'm going to object us to that. That's not the question was. The question was with regards to her stepfather and uncle.
Oh, overruled.
Do you know when the other time that she reported molestation or sex assault?
Without looking at the specific date in my notes, I think she had reported that in 2019.
When did she report it at the El Paso County Jail?
I don't know the specific
Okay.
date.
So when she comes into the El Paso County Jail, is she handcuffed? When she first gets there and you first see her, is she handcuffed? Is she in a jumpsuit? What's the situation like?
She likely would have been in her cell in the medical ward. And because of her status related to the transport, there would have been two deputies probably standing outside of the door. I would have been standing likely in the doorway talking with her.
Okay, so she was a high-risk inmate.
What do you mean by high risk?
You couldn't talk to her unless there were two deputies there.
Yes.
Okay. due to the allegations that she had tried to escape, the high-level nature, seriousness of the charges, she was having a close eye kept on her.
Yes.
Did you ever have any situations during this time where you were taken into a room, a discrete private room, and you and Letecia were able to sit down and talk?
No.
Okay. It was always you talking through a trap and a door. She'd be locked up.
No, typically we would, the deputies would have the door open. I did note just when we were reviewing some of my notes that there was one time there was not another deputy, so we did have to talk through the door, but typically the door would be open. I would typically try to talk softly, and so that way other people could not hear, and the deputies are typically instructed to just be there and present, but not intently listening into a conversation.
Okay, but you're talking about something that very private, somebody's mental health, somebody's past abuse. These are sensitive subjects for a person, correct?
Most people openly report them in the jail setting. Most people openly report that regardless of who's around.
Okay, that wasn't the question I asked. These are sensitive subjects for people.
They are.
Okay. And not everybody may be comfortable with talking about them with multiple deputies there, a doctor, in an open setting.
Sure.
Okay. And you just stated, in fact, you had to cancel one meeting because there was only one deputy available to talk with her, and that wasn't allowed. Is that what happened?
No, I said we had to talk through the door, so they could not open.
They couldn't even open the door unless there were two deputies with her.
Yes.
Okay. And that's not the ideal clinical setting to do mental health work, is it?
No.
It's a terrible setting to do the type of work that you were charged with doing, correct?
I wouldn't say it was terrible. I think people in a jail setting still need services, and
I'm not saying they don't need services. I'm saying this is not an ideal clinical setting. And in fact, it's a bad setting to do this kind of work. People are confined. It's stressful. It's loud. There's deputies. I mean, there's a lot of threats. People are on high alert. They don't act in jail like they would out in the street, do they?
that's kind of general because some people do and some people don't.
Okay. Some people get into jail and they absolutely collapse and their symptoms get worse, or some people don't change in jail. So it can be anything. Is
Could be.
that what you're saying? Okay. So where do you work right now? You do mental health work with sex offenders in Kansas?
Yes.
Okay. And is that Larned State Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Where in Kansas is that?
Larned, Kansas.
Larned, Kansas. Okay. And you've been doing that from September 21st to now?
Yes.
Or not September 21st, September 2021 until now.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. So, and you're the clinical program director now.
Yes.
How many sex offenders do you supervise now?
About 250.
So that's a lot.
Yes.
Is this just a facility specifically for sex offenders?
No.
Okay. Is there a wing or a part of this facility that is dedicated to the sex offenders, though?
Yes.
Okay. Are you treating people right now, or I presumably with sex offenders, you're treating quite a few people or have a lot of treatment experience with people that suffer from pedophilia?
Yes.
Okay. And is pedophilia just a person who's sexually attracted to underage or age inappropriate people?
It's not just that, there's a pedophilic sexual interest. You could qualify as to what you described, but a pedophilic disorder is when they then engage in those sexually abusive behaviors towards non-consenting minors.
Okay. So you have sex offenders that, or pedophiles, whatever you want to have it. Generally, they prey on underage children.
Some do, and some are that prey on adults as well.
But generally speaking, a pedophile preys on minors.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the ways that minors, or one of the means of access that a pedophile or a sex offender that is preying on underage children may go through is sometimes they ply the victims, the children, with alcohol or drugs to lower the inhibitions of the children, correct? That's a common theme.
I wouldn't necessarily say it was very common, but they could. Some have, but the majority of the ones that I've worked with have not been lowering minors with alcohol or drugs.
Okay. But there's grooming behaviors that go on with the adult towards the children.
In some cases, and sometimes they commit violent acts against strangers as well.
But a child predator, based on your experience, they could use alcohol to lower the inhibitions of their victim in order to gain access to them and, assault them.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So, at the time, September 2021, that you were employed at Larned State Hospital, you were also employed in El Paso County at the jail, correct?
Yes.
How did you do both jobs?
I lowered my hours as in the clinical program director role to part-time and took on the full-time health services administrator position. So I oversaw all of the medical and mental health care at the jail for about 11 months.
And you weren't actually an employee of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. You were employed by WellPath,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
This is a private for-profit company, the largest medical services for prisons and jails in the whole world, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as a for-profit company that you were working for, your company makes more money and more profit the less money that is spent on the inmates.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Mr. Cook, what is the relevance?
Can we approach?
Mr. Cook?
Thank you. So according to your CV from March 2022 to January, or from March 2022 to January 23, so just a few months ago, you were the health services administrator for WellPath, which it had the contract to provide all the health and mental health care services for the El Paso County Jail.
Yes,
Okay. Before that, December 2019 to September 2021, you were the mental health director for WellPath,
yes,
correct? And the health services administrator job, which I guess you ascended to, was created by WellPath due to litigation and suits against WellPath, your employer at the time, for poor care and a host and litany of different problems. This spot was created for you and you took it.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Overruled. She can answer if she knows.
to be honest, I do not know. That position since I was the mental health director at the jail, there was always a health services administrator position. I don't know any different. And prior to December 2019, Armor was the contract company working at the jail.
Okay, but I'm talking about when you started March of 2022. You were working for WellPath. I'm not talking about the prior contractor. You ascended to that spot because there had been a lot of litigation and suits against WellPath.
Asked and answered.
No,
Objection, Your Honor.
I understand. Overruled. She can answer if she knows the answer.
no, but when I was employed as the mental health director, there was a health services administrator position there.
Okay. And were you aware of all the litigation that was going on with WellPath and your employer at the jail?
No.
Okay. Even though you were supervising financial oversight for all the healthcare services provided at the jail, clinical and administrative work, you had no idea.
Can you elaborate on what you mean then by litigation with the company? I know that
Suits against WellPath and suits against the El Paso County Sheriff's Department, who was running the jail.
so if there was a lawsuit, at the time I was the health services administrator, if there was a lawsuit, I would have been notified that there was one coming through. But in general, if there's lawsuits across the entire company of WellPath, I would not be privy to that information.
So you don't remember any lawsuits of your time when you were the health services director?
I believe that there were a few that had come through towards the end.
Okay. And from when Ms. Stout came in March of 2000, going forward, was there anything unusual going on at the jail? Or was it business as normal the whole time?
She came in 2020, not 2000.
I'm sorry, 2020. Thank you.
Was there anything unusual
Yeah.
at the jail?
Yeah.
COVID?
COVID. Did you say COVID?
Yes.
Yeah. And it completely changed how everything functioned at the jail, correct?
I wouldn't say completely changed. I think we had to be more mindful of health precautions and wear masks and extra cleaning, things like that, but not.
No, you wore a mask, the employees, but the inmates weren't given masks. And that's part of the reason there was a lawsuit that WellPath and the sheriff's office settled.
Again, Your Honor, objection, relevance, and foundation.
Sustained. A jury will disregard the question. You can rephrase it. But again, nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. Rephrase your question.
Were you taking precautions for COVID during your interviews with Ms. Stauch?
I believe that I would have probably had to have worn a mask as required by the jail.
Okay. And when did this begin, the mask wearing?
I don't know.
March 2020, was the mask mandate already in effect March 5th when you first contacted her, or was it later in the summer? When did all this happen?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember a COVID outbreak in the jail? during your tenure there?
I remember the media alleged that.
Okay, you don't remember the jail allegedly having the largest COVID outbreak in the state?
Again, I believe that's how the media phrased it.
Okay. Do you remember the population of the jail during this time being 1,700 inmates before COVID and being lowered to about 11 or 1,200 within a few months because of the COVID threat?
So with the everyday activities at the jail, I mean, I don't really pay attention to why more or less inmates would be there. We
Okay.
just take care of the people who are there.
But as the health service administrator for the jail, I mean, you would notice 500 or 600 people being taken out of circulation due to medical reasons and due to the COVID pandemic.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, I see a report that you compiled that Mr. Young from the DA's office provided to us in this case. Do you know what document I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay, when did you prepare this document?
So that wasn't, I wouldn't recall that a report, or I'm sorry, I would not term that a report. In preparation for my testimony today, I was taking some notes that I perceived as relevant based on my interactions with Ms. Stauch. And so those were just my personal notes in preparing to testify today.
And you provided these personal notes to the prosecution?
We had been discussing my testimony in terms of when I was going to testify and kind of the nature of that. And I had offered, not thinking that they'd be here right now.
So at the bottom of several of the pages, it says, qualify me as an expert, comma, jail, comma, what do now back in March 2020.
Mhm.
What does what do now back in March 2020 mean?
So Mr. Young had essentially just said that kind of the steps of me testifying today is that I need to be qualified as an expert initially prior to testifying, and then he would ask me questions about what I do now in my current role as a clinical program director and what my role was at the jail previously.
Okay. And what does GAD stand for?
Generalized anxiety disorder.
Okay. And why was that relevant?
That was
Enough for you to put in a note at the bottom of your summary.
just that was the diagnosis that she had come in with.
Okay. It says also one of the things is theme DACs.
He's essentially said that we were just going to go through all of the notes and talk about any themes that he might see.
And their theme is that she did not suffer from any conditions or have dissociative identity disorder or bipolar or any of these other things y'all spent 4 or 5 hours talking about, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance, what our theme is.
Sustained.
Well, the theme of what the DA said was important to you enough to put down at the bottom as a footnote. I guess so you remembered this during your testimony?
I typically just write what's being said. It wasn't important or not important. It's just information shared.
Well, so if it's important, not important, you just write it. Then are some of the things you wrote at the bottom as notes, are some of them unimportant?
I mean, in the sense we just talked about that I would be testifying and that was it.
So you spent some time talking about, you and Mr. Young about the day, I think it was March 20th of 2020. That was when you discussed the issue of Gannon's body being found. Is that correct? Do you remember that
Yes,
discussion?
yes.
And Mr. Young asked you, do you remember what she said? And you said, yeah, Gannon's body was found in Florida, and she said she'd never been to Florida and all this other thing. And he asked you, why was that significant?
Mhm.
Why was it significant in your conversation with Letecia? Why was it significant that she said she'd never been to Florida?
Because that's where his body was found.
Why is that significant?
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking in that sense, but typically somebody with dissociative identity disorder would not be able to, they would have kind of amnesia of certain events. And so it was odd to me that if she was not there, why she would spontaneously say she wasn't there.
Okay. And if she didn't have anything to do with Gannon's disappearance, how would she know he was found in Florida?
Correct.
That's the significance?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that her attorneys earlier that day had been to visit her?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but if that
And
was
they had
proven-
actually told her that Gannon's body had been found?
Sustained, jury will disregard.
So if you were to be told that her attorneys that came and talked to her that day,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. May we approach?
No, because I see where this one is going, and I think that you can ask it in a hypothetical, because what this witness is talking about is she's testifying about dissociative identity disorder and whether somebody would or wouldn't have recollection of an event based on whether or not they had a particular personality that was manifesting at the time that the person was in a geographical location. So if somebody had some information from some other source, you can ask the witness whether or not this would or would not be consistent with the dissociative identity disorder. So I will allow that.
well, I'd just say answer what he just said. But I'll try to put it to you as artfully as the judge did. If, with respect to dissociative identity disorder, if hypothetically Ms. Stauch had heard from her attorneys a couple hours before, said, hey, they found Gannon's body in Florida, would that change how you feel with DID and this portion of what was going on March the 20th of 2020?
No.
No? Why not?
Because with dissociative identity disorder, there's in the DSM, it talks about kind of a possession form or non-possession form, and possession form being, again, that amnesia on inability to recall those certain everyday events versus a non-possession form where, again, they could kind of be depersonalized or still consciously aware that things are going on and they're kind of watching themselves engage in behaviors that they might not, that they still know it's happening, but they might not perceive that they're the one doing it.
But I'm just talking about her parroting to you what her attorney told her an hour or 2 hours before you're talking with her.
Well, again, as I had previously suggested to her not to share, or actually, I'm sorry, it was that day, I think I told her not to share things. No, I'm sorry, it was before that. But I don't know why that would be relevant to share with me.
Because she's, how often, or what was her schedule for being incarcerated? As far as lockdowns, you've talked about different security levels to Mr. Young at the jail. Certain freedoms you have with different levels. When you first met her, say the first week, what was her security level, or how was she being held?
She was on suicide watch.
She was on suicide watch. Okay.
Cook, if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so.
We can do it now.
I don't want to interrupt, but if you want to do it now, it's okay.
No, Your Honor, we can do it now.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. You may all be seated. Dr. Moore, if you would like to step down.
And it was, yeah,
Right.
you were wearing your Sunday best. And now people.
Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Records should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back. A little warmer.
68.4.
Better than 64 this morning.
Today's 66, so we've moved up 2 degrees.
Correct.
Well, Robson took her park off. Must have been.
She took her coat off. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. We'll recall 20 CR 1358 versus should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took a break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Moore. That's where we will resume. Mr. Cook?
Thank you. Now, doctor, I need to clarify something very quickly. I found what I was looking for. So with Mr. Young, you said that on January 5th of 2021, and if you have your notes and you need to look at those, you said it was the first time you had heard about molestation or sex abuse being perpetrated on the defendant.
You said January 5th, 2021?
Yes. I believe it's a part when she says only hallucinates when triggered by sexual harassment and assault.
Yes, I recall that.
And is that when, is that the date you testified to earlier with Mr. Young, that that was the first time you had heard about molestation?
I believe so.
Do you have your report from June the 5th of 2020? That's probably 6 or 7 months before the date we were just talking about.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like at that time she had reported the molestation at 14. So I think when we were talking about the sexual assault, that was the first time that assault was, I think that's the first time it was phrased as the sexual assault. Yes.
Molestation of a child is sex assault. Do you agree with that?
I would generally agree with that. So I
Well,
was incorrect.
when would you not generally agree that molestation of a child is a sexual assault?
So molestation to me would mean more maybe fondling and touching, whereas sexual assault would be more defined as some sort of penetration.
Are you aware under the Colorado statutes, there is no molestation, it's all sex assault?
I don't know that off the top of my
Okay.
head. I'd have to go
Okay.
look.
All right. So you can, in your opinion, you can molest a child and alternatively, you can sexually assault a child.
Objection, your relevance.
No, overruled.
I would consider them separate.
You consider them separate. Okay. And that's why you answered the question the way you did for Mr. Young.
Yes.
Is your belief that sexually assaulting a child is different than a child being simply molested?
Yes.
So, with respect to the dissociative identity disorder, when Ms. Stout came in on March the 5th, 2020, were you doing an evaluation for dissociative identity disorder, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder? Were you looking for all these things at that time?
Yes. So as I had previously explained, I generally want to cast a wide net and see if there's any sort of symptoms going on.
Okay. And were you able to rule out dissociative identity disorder fairly quickly?
At that time,
Yes.
in a sense, yes.
Okay. And that would be June the 5th, 2020?
I thought we were talking about March the 5th.
I'm sorry.
It's
It's
okay.
late in the day.
It is late in the day.
March the 5th, 2020, yes. The first day she came to
Correct.
CJC, the jail, and you saw her.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you had met with her for about 45 minutes on this March the 5th, 2020 date?
I said it probably about 30 to 45 minutes.
30 to 45 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And in that time, you were able to rule out dissociative identity disorder, more or less?
Yes.
Okay. When she was on medical watch, was that period of medical watch for her, I guess suicide watch or whatever you want to call it, the mental health ward, was that from March 2020 to May of 2020? Approximately?
No, I believe that that March, I believe, and I'm sorry off the top of my head, I'd have to refer back to my notes, but I think we had decreased her suicide watch, I think within about the first 2 weeks
To what?
to transition.
Okay. And when you're in the medical ward or the secure ward, the high-risk ward, whatever Ms. Stauch was when she came in, she was locked down in a cell 23 hours a day and only allowed out for 1 hour a day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding, what was the person or inmate allowed to do for that 1 hour?
They could, so she would have been, if we're talking about the time that her housing location was the medical ward, she would have then, for her hour out, been transported to Alpha 2, which was the other ward that I told you that she could have been in. And during that time, she could have talked to any family or friends on the telephone, taken a shower, could have worked out on the exercise equipment. There's usually a book cart in there, so taking out different books that she could read. Generally, maybe if other inmates were talking, associate with them, talk to the ward deputy. She would be the only person out on the ward, but people talk all the time through the cell doors to one another as well.
So she's solitary. She's wandering around for her single hour by herself out there.
I would not use the word solitary. I would use the word restrictive. Solitary is more when you have absolutely zero contact with other people, whereas restrictive housing, you still can talk to people.
Well, the contact, she has no face-to-face contact. Everybody's behind a door, a big locked jail cell door,
The ward deputies would have been there, so she would have had contact with them.
but no other inmates.
Not face to face, correct?
And then she went to A2 eventually. Does May 2020 to about March of 2021 sound about right?
I honestly don't recall if that's how it's recorded. I would agree with that, but
Well, let's just
I don't have those
assume
dates.
let's just assume she was an A2 ward. That's still a very restrictive ward. 1 hour out a day, 23 hours locked in your cell.
yes and no.
Okay. And around this time in your summary, you said that you visited or met with Ms. Stauch 34 times.
That was across from March 5th to, I think it was January of 2021.
Okay. And were these primarily her cell door being opened and you and two deputies kind of standing at the doorway or sitting down at the doorway and you talking with her?
For the most part, if she happened to be out on the ward, I would talk to her there, but I think the majority would, how you described it would be accurate.
Okay. How long would those visits last?
They could last anywhere probably from about 5 to maybe 30 minutes, depending on what we were talking about.
Okay. And you're basing your findings and opinions and what you've told the jury based on those visits, in-person visits with Ms. Stauch, correct?
That and the collateral information that I had access to, as well as my staff's reports and deputy reports.
Okay. Now, other than the 1 hour, Ms. Stauch's more or less locked in a cell by herself for 23 hours, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Except for the hour out, during this time or majority of the time, Ms. Stauch is locked in a jail cell for 23 hours.
Yes.
And you weren't able to observe what she was doing for those 23 hours a day.
The deputies would observe that and write reports.
Okay. But there's not somebody watching her those 23 hours while she's in the jail cell. I mean, she could be eating her own feces in the jail cell and nobody would know.
So two things with that. There's 15-minute checks, as well as the camera system in the wards. You can typically see through the windows in the cells. So in essence, there is 24-hour observation. You might not be able to see everything, but
so during your time working, speaking of these every 15-minute checks in these wards, somebody was found hanging cold from one of their cells and the 15-minute check had been missed while you were there. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
yes.
Okay, so mistakes were made during this every 15-minute check for somebody to have hung themselves and been missed several checks, so much so that when they took the body down, it was cold.
It could happen, yes.
Okay. Also, there's a lot that could have been missed with what Ms. Stauch was doing the 23 hours when she was locked down in her cell, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to dissociative identity disorder, you were able to tell me that just within pretty much on March 5th, 2020, the first day in 30 or 40-minute meeting with her, rule out dissociative identity disorder, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I have a copy of the DSM-5.
Sure.
And that's more or less the Bible of psychology and psychiatry, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And we were talking earlier about possession forms of dissociative identity disorder and non-possession forms. And it says most individuals with non-possession form dissociative identity disorder do not overtly display their discontinuity of identity for long periods of time.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So those are kind of shorter periods of time where people could dissociate and, sorry, it's kind of just how it's written. I think what you're getting to is, could there be times that it happened allegedly and it not be seen? Sure. However, in my initial evaluation with her, typically somebody who was having these amnesias or losses of time would report that. They would report something that they were worried about missing gaps of time, as well as forgetting things. And so there would be a general concern that I would expect somebody to report, not somebody to have an adequate orientation and deny any of that. There's also comorbid symptoms that go along with that. So people with dissociative identity disorder tend to be have a high rate, about 70% have attempted suicide or engage in frequent self-harming behaviors. So those things were not met. I also would have expected somebody to report clinically significant impairment in social and occupational functioning as a result of that. So when somebody denies those things, then I can absolutely rule it out because it's not a concern to them. So it's not impairing their functioning.
So you can rule out a disease that symptoms may not manifest themselves for long periods of time. You can rule it out in just 20, 30, 40 minutes. Is that what you're saying?
Generally, and then if there's
Okay.
more information, I can
Now,
always
in
go back.
dissociative identity disorder,
I'm going to ask that she be allowed to finish her answer before the next question.
Sustained. You can
and I'm
ahead
going to
and
ask that she be more responsive to the question and answer it and not.
I understand. It seemed to me that it was responsive to the question. You can go ahead and finish your answer.
I was just trying to say that if there were other symptoms that came up, a diagnosis is something that is working. Could it be changed if new symptoms come up? Absolutely.
And sometimes it can take years to diagnose somebody with dissociative identity disorder, correct?
In terms of years, it can present at any time, but I wouldn't say someone would take numerous years to form that diagnosis.
It also says only a small minority of individuals with dissociative identity disorder present to clinical attention with observable alternation of identities. Hold on, let me ask the question.
Okay.
Okay. That means that at any given time, a person with dissociative identity disorder is only going to present exhibiting those symptoms a small percentage of the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Obsessive compulsive disorder and anxiety are some of the symptoms of dissociative identity disorder, correct?
No, they're not some of the symptoms of it, but they could be associated with that, or what we call a comorbidity. So, and a diagnosis that could occur alongside of that diagnosis.
And some people who actually suffer from dissociative identity disorder are actually initially diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder, anxiety, or bipolar, correct?
Including that, it could also be depression, personality disorders, that they could be really diagnosed with anything.
When you see diagnoses in a psychological sense, it'll say diagnosed with this and then rule out this.
Yes.
Did you do any of the rule out stuff for dissociative identity disorder, bipolar disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder?
Again, yes, I mean, it was related to, again, as I explained, casting a wide net. You see what symptoms they're reporting and what things are concerning to them, because when you're diagnosing, again, if it's not clinically or significantly impairing their day-to-day functioning, you don't qualify that as a diagnosis. That is usually, I think, in dissociative identity disorder, maybe criterion E, but it could be a different criterion letter in any of the diagnoses. It has to clinically significantly impair their functioning in order to be diagnosed.
So when you were ruling out Ms. Stauch, having bipolar disorder, which is the manic depressive stage, you said that you know, what you look for and you didn't notice was any excessive spending or partying or, you know, showing up and with a bunch of clothes and not, or clothes or whatever purchases from a store and not realizing where you got them. How are you going to notice that or rule that out based on her partying or, you know, excessive spending if she's locked up in a jail? That seems like that's kind of a no-go, but yet you told the jury this.
So when you asked that question, you added the dissociative and the bipolar together. So
Well, I'll just talk about the bipolar.
well, those were the examples that you gave, but specific to a bipolar disorder, somebody who might be presenting that way in the jail would likely not be sleeping. Consistently, they'd be very hyperactive, almost like jumping around and really fidgety all of the time. They would be talking very rapidly. They would have a flight of ideas. So going, jumping from subject to subject and just talk, you can't follow the conversation along. It's very fast and rapid. So that's how I would assess for that in a jail setting.
So again, she was locked down 23 hours a day. So a lot of that could be going on. She could be talking to God in Latin in her jail cell, and you or nobody else would even know that, would you?
So we were talking about the March 5th date, and she reported none of those symptoms. So that's how I can rule it out at that time.
Okay. And is that a common sign when somebody's asked, do you suffer from this mental illness? And if they deny it, well, that's it?
Unless there's contradictory evidence to it.
Okay. Are you aware that many people that are sick will deny being sick?
I am.
Okay. Like they don't want to take their medicines. There's nothing wrong with them. I like living in my crazy wide world and there's nothing wrong with me.
Sure, but there's still observable symptoms by other people just because somebody denies it. Again, as I explained, when I'm assessing somebody, I look at all of their body features, their speech, their language, movement, and did not note any of that. So that would be consistent with not having that concern at that time.
So what they say, a patient is not determinant of whether they have the mental disorder or not.
Not exclusively.
It's part of it, and it's just a case-by-case basis.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking in the DSM-5 under the dissociative identity disorder section. And it says older individuals may present to treatment with what appear to be late life mood disorders, obsessive compulsive disorder, paranoia, psychotic mood disorders. But actually, it turns out it's dissociative identity disorder. Does that sound correct?
That could be a possibility, yes.
And you correct me if I'm wrong, that means that people can later in their life, I'm obviously not children, but probably adults are talking about, they can appear with what may originally be diagnosed as obsessive compulsive disorders, paranoia, some other psychotic mood disorders, but it's actually dissociative identity disorder, correct?
It could.
Can you have dissociative identity disorder and bipolar or major depressive disorder or, general, anxiety? Can you have many diagnoses, or will one subsume all the other ones?
It's very dependent on what the combination of diagnoses that you would have, because a lot of symptoms could overlap in different diagnoses. So I couldn't answer that specifically.
Okay. Did you ever review any reports from her psychiatrist, psychologist that she consulted with several times in late 2019, December of 2019? So just a few months before you met with her. Did you ever review those records?
She had denied seeing anybody but her primary care provider for the information, and then the only treatment records we requested to obtain was from, I believe, South Carolina.
Okay. So if somebody did see a psychiatrist or a psychologist in December of 2019, was charged with committing a murder of a young child, as in this case, within a month or so of that, and they were diagnosed with a mental health disorder, would that have been relevant or helped you in determining what was going on with Ms. Stauch when you had her at the jail?
I believe that all information is relevant.
But she didn't. So if somebody doesn't tell you what they've seen or what they've done or what treatment they had, are you not able to get those records?
If I don't know where to request records from, I can't just throw out an
Okay.
ROI to every place. So
Okay.
no, I wouldn't.
And that's fair enough. I didn't know if there was some kind of general data bank where you could go and get all the records from a certain person, or what. You still have to go around piecemeal and track them down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about, Mr. Young talked about a 2018 mental health stay in a Canadian mental health hospital. Do you remember discussing that with Mr. Young?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no records of that, do you?
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't even put in for those records?
I did not.
Okay. So she could have actually done that, and there could be records of a stay in Canada in 2018, or there may not be. It could be something she made up, correct?
Absolutely.
But you don't know which is which.
I do not.
So one of the things in your report that goes along with dissociative identity disorder, or maybe it's bipolar, you correct me, please, is that there needs to have been some sort of suicide ideation or actually an attempt made. Is that correct?
So,
Is that for DID or bipolar?
it could happen with either, but what I had previously said was that, so in the DSM, there's kind of association. So again, there's the criteria, but then all of these other things that kind of help you make the diagnosis, confirm or refute it. And in the DSM, it says that about 70% of people who are diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder have repeated and frequent suicidal ideation and have potentially attempted suicide as well.
Okay. So the flip of that is 30% have not attempted suicide.
Yes.
Okay. But the majority of diagnosed DID people, and DID is dissociative identity disorder, the majority, 70%, have had some type of suicide attempt or ideation. So is that correct?
Repeated.
Repeated?
Yes.
Okay, so more than one.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Stauch, when she was brought in and for several weeks after she was at the jail, she was on suicide watch, correct?
That was my decision, not her saying that she was suicidal. I did that for her safety,
But she was on suicide watch.
which I put her on for her safety. Yes.
One of the things you talked to Mr. Young about is he asked you this, so, and I actually had to have a little chuckle, but he asked you about a normal person charged with first-degree murder. Is there a standard behavior pattern for a person charged with first-degree murder?
It varies. I've worked with lots of people who have been charged with that, and
I have too. And it varies, doesn't it?
it does again.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's not really a normal person charged with first-degree murder behavior, is there?
It's not.
Can I get a tissue? Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor. That's all I have for now, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect?
Yes, sir. Thanks. Is everyone who commits first-degree murder placed on suicide watch when they entered the jail?
Yes.
Is that standard regardless of what your evaluation says or whether or not you see any signs of mental illness with those individuals?
Yes.
Is that what happened with Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
Had nothing to do with any potential diagnosis?
Correct.
And is your role to rule out any diagnosis with Ms. Stauch?
It's mostly to assess for the current symptoms and ensure her safety and stability in the jail.
Remember when we started out, it seems like days ago, about a clinical evaluation versus a forensic evaluation?
Yes.
Are you more on the clinical side when you meet Ms. Stauch on March 5th, 2020 to treat her for any illnesses that she might have?
Yes,
And did you see any illnesses that needed treated on March 5th of 2020?
just the anxiety.
And if she was diagnosed with anxiety in 2019 in the month of December, would that be consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
There was a lot of discussion about her bringing up the fact that she may have been a victim of sexual assault on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
There in your notes, the first time that you make a note about it is in what time is that? Do you recall?
I think that was the June. Yeah, the June 5th.
Well, is that your notes or is that someone else's notes?
Sorry, I'm getting confused. I think we established that it was the molestation was June she talked about, and then I don't remember the other date about the assault, whatever date that was, the sexual assault.
On June 5th, and we talked about this on direct examination as well, she mentions that one of her traumatic stresses was molestation at age 14.
Yes.
Initially, she told Tara Sabo. Who's Tara Sabo?
She is a nurse that worked in our intake area.
And that's TERRASABO.
Yes.
That she was sexually assaulted in 2019.
Yes.
A few months or a year before you met her on March 5th of 2020.
Yes.
And that's when that note is dated, right? March 5th of 2020.
Yes.
The first time she mentions anything about her stepfather and her uncle is in that later note towards the end of your contact with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Counsel just asked you some questions about people may not want to be upfront with their mental illnesses, and you said that may be common, correct?
Yes.
In your setting at the jail, is it common for people to fake their mental illnesses?
Yes.
And is it common, as it mentioned in the DSM-5 about the cautionary statement, is that why you need to be careful when you're diagnosing someone in a jail setting who may have something to gain based on your diagnosis?
Absolutely.
And did that come into play during your entire contact and why you were able to say she does not have dissociative identity disorder?
Objection, leading, Your Honor.
Well, it was compound all. You need to rephrase it.
Did that have an impact on your opinion that she rendered that she does not have dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
Why?
Because the presentation that she had was in, especially in the beginning, there was no overt symptoms of anything. And then once competency was raised, there was all of these symptoms that just popped up out of nowhere seemingly. And so that was inconsistent with somebody who would have had reported these symptoms and had concerns with these symptoms ahead of time prior to competency being raised.
Counsel asked you some questions about her comfort level in talking to you because there's two deputies around. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Did she have any issues talking to you and telling you not only things about herself, but things about the actual crime itself?
No.
Did she, I think we talked about this on direct, but would she just blurt things out to you and nonstop talking kind of thing?
Yes.
Did you have to ask a lot of questions or did you just sit and listen?
A lot of it was listening.
The conversation you had with her on March 20th of 2020 about Gannon's body being found. Do you remember counsel asking you questions about that?
Yes.
He asked you a hypothetical about if the attorneys came in and told her about it, then she would have known about it before you talked to her. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Does the jail keep track when attorneys visit the jail?
Yes.
And do you have a log of every time the attorneys make a professional visit?
The jail would, I do not.
Have you seen those logs before?
I don't think so.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You're the witness.
The witness.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to see what he's.
Oh, yep, that's true.
May I approach the witness?
You may, go ahead.
Recognize that document?
Yes, it's the visitation log report.
And is it the visitation log reports for Ms. Stauch
Yes.
at the El Paso County Jail?
Is hearsay. Can't testify to what that is. If they want to get somebody that can lay a proper foundation for this document, that's fine. This is not the person to do that.
Well, she may be, she may not be. I don't know that. You need to ask her whether or not it's a business record and whether she can lay the foundation for a business record.
You recognize this document as a business record?
Yes.
Surprise question, right? Is this something that's routinely kept at the jail and is actually an open record for the public?
Yes.
And is this a business record with regards to professional visits of Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
And would this reflect any professional visits by her attorneys in the time frame we're talking about, March 20?
Your Honor, I'm objecting
Yes.
under Crawford. This is hearsay. I can't cross-examine this document or the person.
Your Honor, he brought this up.
Stop, both of you. Okay. I have an objection. If I want a response, I'll ask for one. The objection's overruled. Right now, we're working on laying a business record exception to the hearsay rule. So let's deal with that first. It hasn't been asked to be offered to be admitted yet, but I understand what we're dealing with. It's been identified for the record. Go ahead and move it.
And Your Honor, you advised Mr. Young to not taunt me in open court. It's actually the person who brought this up originally, so yelling across the courtroom, I don't appreciate, and I don't think it's professional.
Let's make sure we're all on the same page. I make the rulings. Everybody directs their comments to me. If there's an objection, I'll ask for grounds. I'll rule on the objection. We'll move on. So everybody, both sides, direct your comments to me. And we'll leave it at that. Mr. Young, you were in the midst of making or establishing a foundation for a business record. Go ahead.
So this is what you purported it to be, the jail logs for professional visits at that time frame when Ms. Stauch told you that Gannon was found in Florida. You remember that?
Yes.
And would this indicate to you whether or not her attorneys had access to her prior to Gannon's body being found and prior to you talking to her about Gannon's body being found?
They did not.
Does it tell you when the last professional visit was prior to that contact?
March 13th of 2020.
And when was the next visit after your conversation with her on March 2020?
April 9th, 2020.
In addition to what we just talked about, what was her demeanor like when she was telling you that Gannon's body was found in Florida?
She was a bit tearful, but again, also kind of asking about or focusing on other.
Been asked and answered.
Overruled. It was covered in cross-examination as proper redirect.
Please continue. What was her demeanor like as she's telling you these things?
She was a bit tearful, but also asking about other things and not totally focused on just the loss of a child at that time. Or confirmation of that, I should say.
Did you have any indication that perhaps she had heard this already from anyone?
No.
With regards to your March 5th, 2020 first conversation with her, counsel asked you questions about ruling out DID or dissociative identity disorder at that time. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Were you there to make a diagnosis? Were you ruling anything out, or were you basing your opinion on what you learned from her on that day?
Kind of a little bit of both, but a a lot of an initial mental health assessment, especially in a jail setting, would be to take what the person says and go with that. And then again, if there's additional information that comes up to confirm or refute something later, then we can do that.
Did you have any notes or any indication that Ms. Stauch was eating her own feces in the jail cell?
No.
Would you have known that if that was going to happen, if that happened?
Yes.
Counsel asked you questions about sometimes that it takes years to make a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Do people who actually suffer from this disorder, do they know they have that disorder prior to getting treatment?
Most often not. They could, but it's pretty rare. And again, that they would be reporting other symptoms, other things that they were concerned of, such as gaps of time missing and unexplained things showing up and forgetting how to work or forgetting how to drive. So they would be reporting, they might not say, hey, I have another personality, but they would be reporting all of these other concerns that would then support a diagnosis.
Would oftentimes family members
Yes.
report that diagnosis? For instance, a spouse. My husband didn't know who I was yesterday. It was weird. We need help.
Yes.
Is that common? Is that how people discover this disorder?
Typically, there would be other observations, other people reporting if that person had no recollection of that, or weren't reporting it themselves. They would, a lot of collateral contacts, a lot of observations would be seen by a spouse, family members, deputies, other mental health staff, things like that.
And when you're in your vast experience of, I'm assuming you've had a lot of contact with people who have serious mental illness.
Yes.
Is it something that's very obvious to you when you see it or when you're talking to someone? For instance, we talked about the psychosis issues. I mean, do you know it when you see it?
Yes, I've worked in this field for over 10 years, and most of my contacts have been with very severe and persistently mentally ill people. And so I am very familiar, very comfortable with spotting things very quickly.
And would family members also know that if they had a loved one that they've been around their whole lives? Would they note if someone had a serious mental illness?
Speculation.
No, she's been qualified as an expert. I think she can give her opinion based on her expertise. It goes to weight, not admissibility.
Would they note if their family member had a serious mental illness and report it and say something's wrong here?
Absolutely. We've had calls at the jail from family members reporting their loved ones' concerns.
Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Moore? Looks like we have one.
Your Honor, very quickly, I'd like to, based on a new document that was introduced, correct?
Counsel approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm just going to do a couple of follow-ups.
Okay.
So March the 20th of 2020, everything in the city and the country and the state went into lockdown because of COVID. Do you remember that?
I don't know if it was that exact date, but yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that a lockdown went into effect in the jail and there were no personal visits for a period of time because of the COVID pandemic at the jail?
I don't recall any specific thing about that. Is that like, could that have happened? Yes, but I don't know exactly what dates that would have been.
And do you know that that jail log does not reflect WebEx or video visits between attorneys and clients? Were you aware of that?
It just says visitation log,
Okay.
so
If I told you that was for in-person visits only, would that change your
I'm
answer?
going to object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Recommendation.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know that there were WebEx visits or video visits going on between attorneys and defendants incarcerated at the jail during this pandemic period?
if you're asking if that occurs, I believe it would.
Okay. And were you aware that the document you're looking at only shows in-person visits where somebody comes physically down to the jail and does a visit at the jail and does not reflect any WebEx or video visits?
I couldn't say one way or the other.
Okay. So you can't say one way or the other whether there was a video visit done on March the 20th between Ms. Stauch and her attorneys.
Asked and answered, John.
Sustained.
Just
Right. Dr. Moore, if the defendant's claims were true, that she was sexually, physically, and emotionally abused on an ongoing basis from a young age, is it your professional opinion that such a person can still grow up to be sane even if untreated?
Yes.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Prosecution?
No, thank you.
I don't have
That's-
anything. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Moore. You can step down. Watch your step as you step down, please.
Yeah, may I retrieve the document from Dr. Moore?
Oh, yes, right.
Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our evening break. Again, I have a message that we are anticipating a weather event and in Colorado that could mean that we might have a wet street tomorrow. It could also mean that we have 3 feet of snow somewhere in between. Don't know. Here's what I can tell you is that the county, there's usually a meeting at 9 o'clock at night the day before, and then at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I can assure you that I do not intend to call any of you at 5 o'clock in the morning, so you don't have to worry about that part. The best advisement is, or the best place to get advice about what has happened or the status about what has happened is 719-520-SNOW. That will tell you about the El Paso County Combined Courts. That's what we are. And oftentimes, actually all the time, these decisions are really not made based on what's going on in the courthouse. It's based on what's going on everywhere else. Because oftentimes the courthouse takes up a lot of resources from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. And sometimes because of adverse weather events, those resources are needed elsewhere in the county. And because of that, the courthouse just can't function. And so what happens is they either close the courthouse or they will have a delayed start. If we have a delayed start, meet Mr. Combs where you would normally meet Mr. Combs at 10 o'clock. And then we will start here at 10:30. So you'll meet him, bring you over the way that he has every morning before, and then we'll be in place to start at 10:30. The good news is that even with a delayed start and things like that, I think we are ahead of where the attorneys thought we would be at this point in the process. So things are going, whether it seems like it or not, things are going faster than what we had anticipated when we started this. So we're still in pretty good shape in that regard. The most important thing is to be safe. When you're going home tonight, when you're coming in tomorrow, just be safe. Make sure that you have my card so that if you need to call us, you can do that so that we're not worried about you, where you might be or something like that. Please just let us know if there's a delay. There are, can I get a show of hands of people who are Palmer Divide region, Black Forest region, Teller County? Okay. I think probably you are the ones that it's going to most impact. That's what I understand. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Hopefully we've had such warm weather recently that while we get snow on the ground, it may not be in the road and everything will be okay. But that's the plan. You can always call us in the morning and find out, or call us and check and see if there's any update or anything like that if you want to do that. If you call 520 SNOW and there's no message on there, anticipate being here at the time that you normally would be here. So the only reason why you would be late is if you get the message from 520 SNOW or something like that. Okay? So again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case. Be safe. We'll see you in the morning. All rise for the flag. Thank you. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. You may all be seated. I guess we'll just have to play it by ear and see what's going on. I assume that Dr. Grimmett must be staying somewhere close.
Yeah, she's staying somewhere close in town. There is a phone call tomorrow morning at 4:30. I'm on it. The sheriff's on it. Chief Judge Bain is on it. Emergency management folks. So
Right.
there is a plan as far as to discuss any road conditions, and we'll know that tomorrow
Okay.
morning.
So we'll just, I'm going to plan on same time, same station, unless we hear something different. And stay in touch with, you must have contact information for Dr. Grimmett, right?
We do. Yep.
Okay. So stay in touch with her and just let her know what the flex is in the event that it becomes that way. We'll start at 9 o'clock if everything's okay. If not, she needs to be here at 10:30 and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, what we've tentatively told her is to be here at 8:45 unless she hears from us. We also gave her the snow line and asked her to be here at 10 if there is a delay.
Okay. And the only other issue that I see is, are you calling either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray tomorrow?
We were tentatively scheduling Dr. Torres to be at 9, but obviously that's being pushed back now anyway because Dr. Grimmett still needs to testify, but she is on the schedule for
Is she
tomorrow.
from Pueblo?
She lives here in the Springs.
Oh, okay. I was thinking if she had to drive up, it may be an issue, but okay. All right. Okay. Then we'll see everybody in the morning. Thank you.
Just one thing while we're all here, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Cook?
Based on some of the testimony today, we can follow up with a written supplemental endorsement, but it would be for rebuttal. We'd like to introduce or endorse Katie Strobel or Kim Chalmers as possible defense witnesses. Attorneys of Ms. Stauch.
And the purpose?
The purpose is they would have done the visits through WebEx on the day in question.
And there's and so they're going to testify about a conversation they had with Ms. Stauch and what it was that they told her.
Your Honor, I don't know. I'm just putting there, it's a possibility.
Well, The reason why I asked that question is because what I'm going to get is whether or not there's a waiver of attorney-client privilege.
We haven't
Right.
made a decision. I just want.
Okay. So obviously, and you don't get to make that decision, Ms. Stauch does.
I understand.
And that's a conversation that I would have to have with her, because it's not, if this were just an issue of Ms. Strobel or Ms. Chalmers were going to testify that they made a phone call, that's one thing. But here, the issue is, what was the information that was relayed in that phone call? And that clearly implicates the attorney-client privilege, and can only be waived by Ms. Stauch.
Understood, Your Honor.
So, and right now, as I see it, there is really no evidence of any conversation, which is why the DA is, I don't see this as an attorney-client waiver yet, because there's been no evidence that's been introduced about that. There's been all kinds of innuendo, but as I told the jury, nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. So, I can tell you that before they would testify, I would have to have a long conversation with Ms. Stauch. Okay. All right. All right. Court will be in recess then.